are you, Muppets? Let's go, let's go! Woohoo! Let's go! Good morning everyone. The camera went a little dark, but it was great to read good books. Alright? Yeah. Absolutely. Oh,
The filter is on. I didn't even know. Oh gosh. Man. Man, that must have sounded... I can't even imagine. Welcome, noble ones. I did not know that the filter was on. But that's good. Nova, good to have you here. Hello. Greetings, guys. I didn't even look into the Bosnian pyramids. I heard of it, but I never looked into it, Helen, so I don't really have an opinion. So good to have you here. So, yeah. Rhetorics on Twitch says, I've just binged your past 2 Rogan videos and yesterday's stream. Now I'm here. Hey, I'm so good to have you here. Thank you so much for taking the time. It's good to have you here, guys. We're going to have a good time. I don't need the headphones just yet. I've got my water. I've got my Muppets. So I think we're doing great. Yeah, so today I want to talk, since we're going into this, you know, deep dive into archaeology, and we've been reviewing a lot of people. And as you know, in the past, I have reviewed one thing that had to do with Flint Dibble, Mr. Dibble. So Flint Dibble, of course, the super famous... could we call it a discussion? Is it a confrontation? Well, I guess whatever you want to call it, it doesn't really matter. But the last time we looked into, and the first time that I was introduced to this gentleman here was during... we're not going to click it because I don't want this video to be copy claimed, but I already have a few videos, 2 videos in fact, dedicated to my reaction to this very interesting, I'll have to say, confrontation, discussion, debate between Flint Dibble and Graham Hancock. Now, that was the first time that I had ever heard of Flint Dibble. I know that there are people in here, in my community, that like him. There are people in my community that despise him. But what is my opinion? Well, as you know, my opinion is not formed out of tribalism. My opinion is formed out of, I investigate, I watch videos, I see what they say. Clearly, I look for red flags. I always look for red flags. Unfortunately, there's a little bit of a, you know, some... Okay, it works now. Just needed to unplug and replug, right? Am I right? Metatron. It does show that it's picking. Okay, good. Yeah, I just disconnected and reconnected. It's possible that it's a false... I think it's a false connection, that's all it is. So, yeah, good, great. You just have to be careful how we move this around, I guess. But we're back. We're back, of course. Do let me know. I always keep an eye on chat, so obviously if there is any other situation. Anyways, what I was saying is, whenever I want to form an opinion, whether it be professional, whether it be when it comes to whether there is a message that people are trying to push, whether I think that I agree with them or not, with the statements that they make when it comes to history, archaeology, and whatnot, These are all different assessments, and I do like to see, of course, look for red flags. That's one of the things. I did see one red flag during this discussion, at least, but I still haven't formed my opinion completely when it comes to Flint Dibble, and I thought that it would be better to just have a look at this channel. So that's one thing we're going to do today. We're going to review some things that have to do with his channel and what he presents and the information, and then at least I can have a professional opinion, because of course one of the main problems when it comes to the public and this whole situation with the factions, right? The factions already made a dedicated video, is that they accuse each other of lying constantly, right? And that's one thing that makes things complicated, because if you accuse each other of lying, then the problem is like who is lying, right? And so you have to go watch what the heck the other side says, and then you got to watch on that side, the opposite side, and who's saying what is the lie. Let's double check. So when they accuse each other of lie, it's not easy, right? So of course here he had a little bit of a situation with Joe Rogan, right? Because after he went on the Joe Rogan experience, and he kind of faced off Graham Hancock. And of course, one thing that we have to say is that Joe Rogan is a very good friend with Graham Hancock and with Jimmy Corsetti. And of course, he also had Hancock probably, 17 times on his show. And so, of course, I mean, we know that Joe Rogan kind of sides with that side. And then I still appreciate that Flint Dibble did go to the show. And then I watched the entire thing. I'm not going to go back into that discussion because I've already covered it. I thought it was fascinating. There were a few situations where Graham Hancock was speaking about some of his ideas when it comes to some of the chambers inside the pyramids that I disagreed with, and some people really got mad at me in the comments because, as usual, tribalism, whatever. But then there were a few things that Flint Dibble said during that discussion, during that episode. We were looking at these structures, and objectively they did look artificial. And the thing that I found strange is not that he would say, I don't think they're artificial because, and then give us, the whatever kind of assessment. No, he would say, no, they don't look man-made to me. Now, given it could be that they don't look man-made to him, even though they look man-made to me, because that's what he does. So I'm not going to discount that possibility. And in fact, I wouldn't even say that that's the major problem. It's just that a lot of the times it looked as if it looked a little bit like trying to be a contrarian, like, oh, if Hancock sees something into it, then I'm going to say I don't see anything into it. But once again, I'm happy to be proven wrong and be like, no, Metatron, it's because you're not a professional. Rogan is not a professional. Hancock is not an actual archaeologist, and therefore he can see it and you guys can't see it. I'm open to that possibility. However, so that's why I don't consider that to be a red flag. It was a little strange to me with a few statements that he made, but it is what it is. The only red flag that I had up to this point, and then I'll have a look at the at your chat and what you think, because I'm interested in seeing what you guys think, is that I've seen him use some accusations that involved racism and white supremacy. And to me, those unfortunately are red flags, not because I don't think racism is a bad thing, of course I do, and not because I don't think, well, if someone is an actual white supremacist, we need to sit down and have a talk, but because, as you know, already is a red flag to me. It doesn't mean that I'm already thinking, oh, okay, it's one of those people. Maybe not, but it is a red flag. Oh, mute again? Oh my gosh. Man, what can I say? The sound left. Why is this happening today? Okay. Oh, we're back? I'm not gonna okay, I'm back. Yeah, it's a faulty cable. I apologize for that, by the way. I'm so sorry that it's happening. I'm not gonna touch it. Touch the water and it mutes? Okay, maybe it's Atlantis then. Maybe it's Atlantis. I apologize for that. I don't know how much you lost of it, but we are having some technical difficulties. I'm very sorry about that. Yeah, so the part, yeah, I'm not going to touch it. I'm not going to touch it. And also, I'm going to put my sound situation right in front of me. So if I lose sound, I'll see it. Once again, apologies. Anyways, I was saying, I'm going to have the little mute situation right next to me. And then I do want to acknowledge, of course, this super chat. Thank you very much, Mr. Bra, you Muppet. Here it is, the Muppet. So, thank you. Yeah, so, yeah, and actually Randall here is presenting a good point. Hancock does, you say Hancock does repeat white supremacist talking point. That's all anyone is pointing out. Are they, though? Because here is the thing. We're going to review that. We're going to have a look at that. Because we need to see if this is real. Because I'm sick of people using the white supremacy talking point. I'll just be honest with you. And one of the reasons why I'm sick of it is because they use it against me as well. So that has made me a little suspicious whenever anyone uses that, because it feels like it's a tool to create character assassination and poisoning the well. If you use it against an actual white supremacist, then I don't have a problem with it, of course. But that's just one of those things that we're going to cover today. Thank you, Prototype BMX. If his positions are more sensical when he uses those, like he's going to explain to us why it's a white supremacist talking point and whatnot. But the way Professor Dave didn't work with me. But let's see. Because I say, I don't want to do what people do with me. What do people do with me? They open my channel, they see a couple of thumbnails, they decide, oh, this guy is X, and they don't even give it a chance. So I would be a hypocrite. Still have audio, yes. I would be a hypocrite if I saw a couple of things about Flint Dibble and I immediately said, oh, this guy is X, and left it that way. I've done, as you know, a deep investigation when it comes to the following professor that I do want to share, and I'll make more videos about it because this professor needs to be thoroughly debunked. And I'm going to show you who I'm talking about. Okay, so I have discussed this professor. When I say I annihilated and that, look at this professor uses the white supremacy, racist, and all of that in repeat, like a machine gun. So this is someone that I investigated, looked into it, watched the content. Yes, completely debunk worthy. But I'm not there with Mr. Flint. I do want to give him a chance. And today I'm going to review some of his work. And maybe I'll change my mind. Maybe I'll be like, guys, I think he used a couple of talking points that I didn't like, but the research is good. I'm happy to say that. And of course, as I've said with Mr. Hancock, that I would be happy to have him as a guest, I wouldn't mind having Flint Dibble as a guest. So today we're going to look into it. But if he watches this at any point and wants to come on the show, so then he can explain his points, he can discuss what he thinks is important about archaeology, I would have no problems with that. What would you guys think? Let me know. Yeah, you see Hagop04 on Twitch appears to be, agreeing. You say literally they would even make drinking water white supremacy. Yeah, some people like the professor that I showed a second ago, 100%. 100%. Okay. So let me see your ideas before we start watching a little bit. Because I, again, want to give him a fair chance. That's what we do. And let's see what you guys think. RAK says, when did he call Hancock a racist? I don't know if he called him directly a racist, but I do know that plenty of people do. Is he one of those? I think he mostly... We'll see if we can find his statements about that, because I don't want to put words in his mouth. So we'll see if we can find the statements where he talks about the show, I think. I don't know if he called Hancock directly a racist. I don't know if he did. If you guys know, let me know. But sound fixed. Yeah, I'm reading that. We hear you. That's lovely. Yeah, for instance, Mike McCoy here on the stream here. Mike McCoy says, where are you? Here he is. So he clearly does not like Flint, and he does not like Zahi. Now, personally, I don't like Zahi Hawass. I watched quite a lot. Don't like him. You know, after I watch, I'll say it. With Flint, I don't know. Plus, he has got a great name for an archaeologist. That is a fantastic name. I gotta give him that. Yeah, bring up exactly. So there we go. It's an agreement here. Irtep says, agree, it was totally unnecessary for Dibble to bring up white supremacy and racism. I agree, and he did bring it up. I did hear him say it. I don't think Hancock is racist, by the way. I really don't. He doesn't give. It's not like I can read his mind, but I personally don't think he's racist. He could be wrong. He could be anything that you want him to be. Ooh, careful with the water. Careful with the water here. Atlantis. Fizzy water, by the way, because I'm a European and I like my sparkling water. Do you guys like sparkling water? Let's do a poll. I'm gonna do a poll right now. Start a poll. Do you like sparkling water? I need to know. Do you like sparkling water? Yes? No. All right. Yes? No. Okay. We need to know. And we start the poll right now. This is important stuff we're doing here. Important stuff. Legato says, how can you not like sparkles? Hey, that's a good point. Yeah, frizzante, acqua frizzante. That's how we say it in Italian, if you ever wondered. And in the meantime, I do want to read another super chat. As you know, all super chats are shown on screen. That's a new thing. Arsal Marcos, thank you very much. Skull to you. Skull to you. Please try and get Flint on the show. Thanks for your work. Keep it up. Absolutely. Be happy to have Flint, have Graham, with anyone on the show. Totally. I'm happy to do that. And I do want to start having more guests. I think even other YouTubers and whatnot would be nice. For some reasons, the camera today kind of goes between dark and light. I hope you don't mind that, but it might happen. So Bitter Blossom says, Metatron hosting a Hancock versus Dibble rematch will be good since Metatron is neutral. Yeah, try to be as neutral as possible, of course. But yeah, I don't have a race. I just want to know the truth. So if the truth is that Flint Dibble, Zahi Hawass, who else am I going to put? Mini Minute Man. If they are correct about a specific item of discussion, I wouldn't even say one side is 100% correct, one side is 100% wrong at all times. But let's say that we are talking about a specific item of discussion, whatever it is, okay? And let's imagine for a second that, hey, who is right? Well, if in this item of discussion, the side that I just mentioned is in the right, great. I want to know. I just want to know the truth. But if it happens that there is another item of discussion and Hancock, Corsetti, the dunking are right instead, then I'm not going to say, well, yeah, but this guy doesn't have the necessary, what would you say, credentials, so I'm just going to, no, if they're right, they're right. So I just want to know who's right. And that's all I care about, which is why I don't have a horse in the race, if you will. And that's where we are. I do, and as you know, I'm very much into the idea of allowing everyone to speak. I think anyone should be able to speak their mind. We should look at their qualifications, but let's not go into the fallacy of the authority fallacy. So when you say, oh yeah, just because someone has a specific degree, it doesn't mean that they're always right. And also, unfortunately, I'm not saying Flint Dibble, but there are plenty of people that have the degree, but then due to social points, money, conflict of interest, personal interests, books, politics, specific message, receiving funds, a lot of things can go wrong, and they can be pushed into saying something that is objectively false, but they say it because they have a narrative. This does happen. I've debunked plenty of people that do that. So while I always say, do look up to people that are professionals in any field. If you are an electrician, I will look up to you and ask you questions if I have a question about my power outlets. With that being said, and so that works with academia, it works with science, it works with history, it works with languages, and all of these things. But with that being said, let's not treat them like, well, they are the ultimate authority and they can never be questioned, because that's not conducive to finding the truth in the disinformation age in which we live. And that was just a little bit of a preamble, if you will. Horse, yeah. Horse. Oh my gosh, it does sound like it. Yeah, a horse. A horse. Oh, goodness gracious. Anyways. Okay, so Heather is saying Flint often speaks definitively about things outside of his particular area of expertise within archaeology. Okay, good. So I don't have a problem with him doing that, but of course we have to be very careful because, and that applies to me, applies to anyone. You have a flint of expertise. You have an area of expertise, and you could still be wrong in your area of expertise, but the likelihood of you being wrong is lower than someone who's not as experienced as you are. Clearly. With that being said, just because someone has a doctorate in mathematics, it doesn't mean that they understand biology. And usually you will hear people say that. It's like when you ask even Richard Dawkins, who is a biologist, evolutionary biologist. Sometimes I've seen interviews of Richard Dawkins with, for instance, Piers Morgan, and Piers Morgan was asking him about the Big Bang. And Richard Dawkins did say, well, I'm not an astrophysicist, I'm not... So that's not, I can share an opinion, but I am not. And it's important that people clarify that, I think. Because otherwise it could bleed. It could be the authoritative aura could bleed. It could be used to the advantage of a message that isn't then, yeah, okay, it's great that you have this area of expertise. I think you should still speak, because always speak. But then again. Yeah, exactly, Shepo. You say, if you ask me as an electrician, I don't know plumbing. Exactly. Now, you could speak about plumbing if you have some experience. Maybe you don't have any experience, but there are people that are pretty good. You know, even if they don't do that as a profession, they can be good. Of course, I would still listen to a professional. It would be more likely that a professional is right. But then again, if there is a specific political party that is pushing that now the pipes, you need to say that the pipes are square because that's was socially acceptable, and then they give money to a professional plumber, not all plumbers, but a professional plumber, to say that indeed the pipes are square, and I look at the pipes and they're not square. You know, that's one of those scenarios where I would be like, yeah, I get it that he's a plumber, but... And that's really what we are doing here as a community. Thank you, Testing2741, for supporting the stream. No expert needed to debunk lost civilization Muppets. Yeah, I mean, it's I'm intrigued by the lost civilization. I don't buy it yet. I need more evidence, but I'm intrigued. I love talking about it, just like I love talking about the ancient astronaut theory. I love when people are like, oh, you know, maybe we've been visited by aliens. I love all of that talk. I don't believe it, but I love it. I wish it was true. Like, you have no idea how much I wish that they would find something under the pyramids, and like when they start digging, they find this shaft. It's actually there, and it ignites. It's like it goes, and then it starts going, and we're like, oh my gosh, it's tech. I would love it. I just don't think it's there, but I would freaking love it. So if it happens, man, I would love it. I would absolutely love to see that. So it's a little bit of a situation of mine, and in a battle of mine, that on one side, I'm so fascinated by these topics. They make movies about it, and I watch it as fiction, and I absolutely love it. But on the other hand, when people like push it, and then they say, if you question it, it's, are you trying to cover it up? Or do you work for the reptilians, which I've been accused of? Then that's when I'm like, you know what, maybe it's like, why can't people just talk? Thank you, OC/. Since moving to Sicily, I've gotten used to frizzante. Everyone drinks it here. Also discovered medio frizzante here, sort of a light soda water. Yeah, leggermente, right? Leggermente frizzante. Some water is just lightly fizzy. Sure. I'm glad you got used to it. Anyways, sparkling water wings. I end the poll. Fantastic, guys. I see you're people of... yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. So, how about we choose what video to review? Well, I think the first thing we should review is the following. His trailer. It's 1 minute and 15 seconds. Let's give the man a chance to introduce himself, so we see what he thinks, because maybe some of you, sorry for that, I just pulled a Mutahar on you. I love saying that. Let's read it first. So he says, sharing archaeology from the nitty-gritty to the grand. Get access to behind-the-scenes content and support making more videos by subscription to Patreon, patreon.com/FlintDibble, full stop, or buy a needed coffee at coffee.com FlintDibble. I have to have a look at this one. I'm not aware of this one. So, yeah, cool. Flint is an ancient historian and archaeological scientist who has conducted field work and laboratory analyses around the Mediterranean region, from Stone Age caves to Egyptian tombs to Roman cities. Flint currently teaches at Cardiff University. So now we know who this gentleman is. I don't know why I thought this was a banana, but it's not. It's some kind of rock. Or skull. No, it's a skull. Oh, now I see it. But can you see why I saw? Like, it looked like the peel is this, and then it's the banana. But in reality, it's a skull. These are the horns, whatever the heck they are. And this is like the upper part of the skull, and it's missing the jaw. Man, the mind. Am I right? The mind plays tricks. The mind plays... It is a banana, says Michael. And maybe it is a banana. Yeah. A skull of an ungulatus. Wow. Very cool. Yeah, Flint Dibble is his real name, Gabriel. Gabriel asks in chat. And he explained that the reason is that his dad was also an archaeologist. And so it was a little bit like of an inner joke. Like he called him Flint because of his love of archaeology, I guess. So, yeah. I mean, I like Flint. I started loving Flint not through archaeology. I started loving Flint through Valheim and Conan Exile. A little bit of a different path there, but here we are. Okay. How are people doing on Twitch, by the way? Titan Bro says, I believe in aliens. And yeah, I believe in aliens too, by the way. I do think it makes sense from a mathematical perspective that we are not alone in the universe. The thing that I don't know if we have ever been visited, if it's even possible. But I do keep an open mind with the idea of it's difficult to say what's possible and what's not possible for a likely civilization that has, for instance, 10,000 years on us. Who knows? I mean, definitely if you asked an ancient Roman whether it would be possible to fly with a machine in the sky and go to the other side of the planet in 8 hours, filling it with hundreds of people, a Roman would have told you it's impossible, and that was based on their understanding of their technology, and that's only 2,000 years ago. So what do we know of what is possible? It's impossible for us right now to go to the other side of the galaxy, but it may not be impossible for a different species. So yeah, I think it's possible. Yeah, the Fermi paradox, exactly. So I personally think it's possible that there are other civilizations. I just don't know if they have ever visited. That's the one thing I don't know. But anyways, we've got a few other super chats. Let's give credit where credit is due to the people supporting the stream. Let's see. Dibble must be old if he's an ancient historian. Yeah, you're right. English sometimes is kind of crazy. You know, I had some backlash, believe it or not, because of this characteristic of adjectives placed this way in an attributive fashion, so placed before a noun, because at one point I said Japanese teacher, because I was a Japanese teacher, on one of my thumbnails, and people thought, oh, you lied, you're not Japanese. Yeah, but I teach Japanese. So if you're a math teacher, I don't think people think you're math. So from a syntactic perspective, it's not incorrect. Maybe I could have said teacher of Japanese, but good luck fitting that in a title without getting it hyphenated. So yeah, Japanese teacher. I was teaching Japanese, but whatever. Dr. Fi, thank you for supporting the stream. What's the craziest conspiracy theory that you find the most fascinating? Which crazy theory do you find the most compelling? Ancient aliens, hollow earth, Atlantis sea people? Yeah, probably ancient aliens is the one that I find most fascinating. The idea that we may have been visited. Yeah, that's probably the most fascinating. Hollow Earth, I didn't really look into it. I know of it, but I never really looked into it. Atlantis could be interesting. It's just that we have to look at it without, I think, adding too much. In general, the idea, I think, of a possible ancient civilization that predates the way we understand civilization is fascinating too. I think they're all fascinating, to be honest. And, you know, sometimes conspiracy theories are real. It does happen. So at that point, it's not really a conspiracy, is it? But there are plenty of conspiracy theories that are complete nonsense. For instance, to me, the idea that we never reached the moon is nonsense. And to me, flat Earth is nonsense. But there are other conspiracy theories. I think it's important to not because there is a tendency when it comes to the idea of presenting alternative ideas, and sometimes they're just placed as, oh, that's just conspiracy. If you believe that, you're stupid and we're going to make fun of you. But if you do that, yeah, you will be right a lot of times, but there will be situations in which you were wrong. And so because I'm someone who just is interested in knowing the truth, I'm afraid that if I go too much, because I do want to see evidence, I'm very science oriented, so I do tend to lean more towards those people that follow an established, academically established, although they're in academia these days, but academically established view. But I always try not to cross the line of I'm going to ridicule anything that doesn't follow the established ideas, because one, in the past, as you study history, you will see that oftentimes people that challenged ideas, Copernicus, for example, were right. And so if I was born in that period and I was following the established ideas and I was ridiculing this man, then I would have been in the wrong. I don't want to risk that because I care about the truth. So I will always give merit to any position. And then if after a thorough investigation, it looks like it's complete utter nonsense, then I'll call it for nonsense and then I'll leave it there. But I don't immediately call it for nonsense simply because currently academia doesn't consider it to be the most likely explanation, because that, as someone who has looked into history, can be very dangerous. What about the flat moon conspiracy theory, says Craig Ganford. Always lovely to see you here, man. Anyone, you should always go check his channel because he's great if you like mythology. I never heard of that, but the thing is, one of the reasons why I find flat earth to be really difficult to believe is not only because the ancients knew that the earth was a globe, the ancient Greeks knew it, medieval people, when it comes to educated people, they knew it. That's why you often find statues, including in the Catholic Church, but in general, if you see emperors, they hold the globe. The globe is a representation of this. So the idea that medieval people were flat earthers is wrong. I think educated medieval people, so clergy and nobility, knew that the earth was a globe because they learned it by reading the classics. Do you remember? The classics are available to us. The classics were available to them. And there is that. In fact, I would say that there is a higher literacy when it comes to Latin and Greek among medieval nobility that there would be among the general population today when it comes to those languages, if you look at percentages. Also, so there is that. And then the other thing that makes me not believe in flat earth is that when you look outside, anything else is a globe. So why would the earth not be a globe? Saturn is a globe. Jupiter is a globe. Mars is a globe. Everything is a globe. So if the earth is flat, it would mean that, I don't know, we are the only ones. Why aren't the other planets flat? So that's these are the two reasons why I personally don't believe in flat earth as one of the situations. Thank you, Ebony Pope, for the support. Metatron, watch illegitimate scholars video on Flint Dibble at the Boast. Yeah, I'll check it out. He lied about almost... okay, so I will watch his detractors, but I think it's more correct and honest to first hear the man himself before we look at the detractors. Because if you look at my detractors, man, you're going to have a picture that is going to be so 15 miles away from the way I actually think and the things I say. So I see what he says, then I watch the detractor. If the detractor is saying that he said something, but I watched it and he didn't say it, then at least I have a basis to kind of keep things in line, because otherwise, that could happen. That could happen. Okay, splendid. But thank you for the support, mate. I really appreciate that. And Dan the Jedi, thank you for the support. Have you heard of the hollow moon theory? No, I haven't. So I'll have to look into that. And thank you, Mr. Cowell, Erin Cowell, or Mrs., I don't know. I can't really see. I think Mr. Have you by chance seen Graham's response video to the Dibble debate? It's very interesting. That's another thing we could check. We could see how he responds to Graham and how Graham responds to him. 1 second. Apologies. Yeah, so you are actually suggesting a lot of good things. You're having very good ideas. So that's very much appreciated. And hey, Hoz3HU, thank you so much for becoming a member. By the way, this is member number 436, because yesterday we got a lot of members. Thank you, Goatee. And who knows, maybe today, we're going to hit 450, possibly. That would be fantastic. 4 more people, guys, and we hit 450. Just want to remind you, Hoz, as a member, if I can call you Hoz, that at one point during the stream, if you stick with the stream, there will be 30 minutes dedicated entirely to members in chat. So thank you very much. Okay. And also, members chat stays on screen the whole time when we do that. Great. All right, let's listen to 1 minute, guys. 1 minute 15. Let's see what the man has to say. Exactly, Devil Ray on Twitch. Innocent until proven guilty, but for merit. Exactly. All right, let's see.
Join me as we dig into the world of 21st century archaeology. I'm Flint Dibble, and I have over 25 years of experience excavating sites and studying artifacts from Neanderthal caves in France to pre-dynastic monuments in Egypt. Heck, I've even appeared as a character in children's books about archaeology. I did not really picture myself becoming a cartoon character, but here we are. No aliens or giants. It's all down to real, fascinating ancient people. Real archaeology is more dirt and ancient trash than adventure or treasure, and a lot more science than imagination. With my video essays and conversations with colleagues, I want to give everyone access to the behind the scenes of cutting-edge modern archaeology. From pristine scientific labs to the dirty trenches, modern archaeology is nothing at all like most of you expect it to be. My goal is to make sure that archaeology is understandable, interesting, and relevant.
Well,
From
one thing...
debunking popular misconceptions...
Okay, well, let's get to the debunking part because I'm actually interested how he's going to say it. So up to this point, I'd say that one thing that I can immediately see is that he appears to be really passionate when it comes to archaeology. I think we can give him that, whether you like him or not. He appears to be genuinely passionate about archaeology, but let's see what he thinks about debunking, because I'm a debunker myself, so let's see what he thinks.
Interesting and relevant. From debunking popular misconceptions to the mysteries hidden in an ancient goat's tooth, let's dig into the real deal here at Archaeology with Flint Dibble.
Okay.
See you soon.
I wonder why all archaeologists, well, I do know why, all archaeologists now, at least the ones that have a popular appearance on screen, because he does have 55,000 subscribers, they all have the hat. And I think it's because of, it's Indiana Jones. Yeah, it's Indy Jones. It's Indy Jones. I mean, whenever, yeah, that's, I can respect the hat. I like the hat. Absolutely. Okay, so that was his trailer. What else does he say? He mentions his Patreon. Very good. All right, and that's it. He doesn't really put a lot of... All right, I'm interested to see what you guys think about this very first introduction that we saw. And I didn't see anything. Of course, he doesn't believe in aliens, or he's covering up for the aliens. Which one is it? Well, let's have a look first at the super chats. Then we'll have a look at the members, and then we'll have a look at the general population, because I'm really curious to see what you guys think. Let's have a look. Okay, so Dan the Jedi, we've got a Jedi night among ourselves today. Thank you for the support. If you want to go down the conspiracy theory rabbit hole, check out the Y files. Oh yeah, I responded to them once. AG is so good at breaking them down, a fun watch. He is a very entertaining commentator. I disagreed with his video about Blue in Ancient Time because I think he kind of connected, and also with his video on Neanderthals, on new theories on Neanderthals, but I don't dislike him, and I think the channel is nice. So yeah, if you love Wi-Fi, I was always respectful, by the way, towards him. He's not one of those situations like I showed the professor earlier on that I say his professor is horrible. You know, when I think it, I say it. It's one thing we could say about me is that I do say it when I think it. But I do like AJ, and I love the channel. I think it's a very nice channel. I like the little goldfish that he has got. And there were 2 episodes that I kind of strongly disagreed with, but that doesn't mean I have a problem with him directly. But thank you for the suggestion. We might check him out again in the near future. Thank you, Z, for the support. The mid-Atlantic ridge might have been above the surface 12,000 years ago. The weight shift of the ice melting causes the NA, the North American continent, to rise up and the ridge to sink, from Randall Carlson on Joe Rogan Experience. This is fascinating stuff. I love the further back you go in the past, the harder it is to really have a detailed picture of what was going on. But this is all fascinating stuff. I mean, 12,000 years ago. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you, Sean Price, for becoming a member. So we got 3 people to go. We hit 450 tonight, guys. It's going to be great. Raziel's Legacy, thank you so much for supporting the stream. Hello, Metatron, sir. I enjoy your videos very much. Thank you. It's good to have you here. I appreciate that you show evidence in your statements instead of just saying they are wrong or they are correct. You do a great job. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think I can do a better job because sometimes one thing I do is that I will mention a source and I kind of give it for granted, dare per scontato, take it for granted that people will go and look the source up. But I think I need to get better at actually at giving you the reference, or perhaps even put it in the description, because I will give you the source. Let's say Marshall says this on this book, but I guess I need to make it a little more detailed with the reference. Like, the source is real, of course, but I think that's one area of improvement. It's a constructive criticism that I've recently received, and I think it was sensical. Testing, thank you for the support. I'm critical of abiogenesis, maybe aliens or God. I don't know what this is, so maybe we'll have a look at it. Sounds interesting. I also want to get this chance to read Craig. Wow, Flint gets a lot of hate on here. He has done a lot to get some good archaeology on YouTube. Yeah, I do know. People really don't like him, and I think the reason why people don't like him is because of the strong confrontation that he had with Hancock. And in the community here, we have got both Hancock supporters and Hancock haters, which, yeah, I always thought it was fascinating, by the way. And so that happens. And I respect everyone's freedom, and I'm here to listen to all of you. So it's good that we've got people that hate him and people that like him, because this way we can get both sides of the spectrum and start building a picture. And I'll try to be as fair as possible. If the critique I think is well placed, then it's well placed. And if the critique is not, I think is misinformed, then I'll say it. Thank you, Dan the Jedi, for becoming a Guardian. 2 to go, guys. We've got a Jedi Knight. In the inner circle of noble ones. That's fantastic. Nicholas is neutral towards both, and I think that that's a position that can be had, absolutely. And yeah, thank you again, guys. Appreciate. So what do members say? So green, of course, is members. You like the idea? Very nice. Hey, Higashi Martial Arts. It's another very cool channel. What's up, bro? At work, just joined the stream. It's very good to have you. Azaz, man, that's such informal Japanese. It's so informal Japanese. I love it. I haven't heard that in a while. So good to have you here, man. I hope you're having a good time, a good day at work. All right. Let's have a look at his videos. What has this guy got to offer? Let's see. Mr. Dibble, what do you have to offer? So his latest post was from 2 days ago, debunking fake history on the internet with Fake History Hunter. Do you guys know who Fake History Hunter is? I think for a full context, I should have a look at that and pull it up. Let's have a look. Today it's gonna be an investigation today. So Fake History Hunter. Who's Fake History Hunter? Because I heard the name. I have heard the name. Do you guys know? So this is the channel, Fake History Hunter, 4,000 subscribers. Okay, let's have a look. He gets a shout out as well. Why not? So Fake History Hunter. We have got demonstrating a medieval watering pot for in the garden. Cool. Archaeology lesson by Professor. Okay. Trying to make it, talking about Kingdom Come Deliverance, appreciate that. Okay, we got some good stuff. My name came up during a chat with Flint, Dibble, and Milo Rossi. Okay, we've got how to pronounce Vincent van Gogh, or is it Van Gogh? I think that's how you pronounce it, Van Gogh. But you guys tell me if I got that one wrong. Yeah, he's debunking medieval people didn't debate. Okay, he answers okay, cool channel. I'll have to check him out. Not a lot of videos, but when was the latest one? 3 weeks ago. So he doesn't post a lot, but we'll absolutely check him out. So he was a guest over here for a collaboration. Then, so this one I watched a little bit. Because, guys, Ancient DNA from Roman Italy, a genetic history with Dr. Hannah Moots. So the kind of guests that YouTubers have on is usually a good indication of the sort of ideas that they have, depending on how they speak to those guests, right? So, for instance, I am happy to have any guests. It can be anything. It can be a gamer. I'm happy to be a gamer. Let's talk about games. To have a guest about archaeology from any of these sides, I would be happy. One day I need to have debunking or Graham. I can have him. I can have Milo Rossi. I have no problems with all of them. And of course, when they say something and you see that I agree, then you can start picturing, having an idea, if you've never seen me before, okay, that's what he thinks, and then I might disagree and say, you know what, I think that's wrong because of this. Then again, it's a good way when you see how they interact with guests. And sometimes there are, unfortunately, creators that will only have guests that agree with them, but that also paints a picture on how the creator thinks. So I think guests are a great indicator of whether a person is open-minded, whether a person is interested in is even available to entertain other ideas. For instance, that's something we learned in the last couple of days. So you've been following along. When it comes to Zaki Hawass, we know that he is not open to different ideas, and he hasn't been for the last decade. Okay? I think we established that one pretty strongly yesterday. If you haven't watched yesterday's live stream, I left it up as a VOD, and I would strongly suggest you to check it out. So there is that. Okay, we have got another member, so 2 members. So we hit 450, guys. Congrats, thank you so much, guys. This is an amazing moment for the channel. Defective Industries became a member, and Quag Bay became a member, so I really appreciate that. I'm just checking I didn't miss anyone. Someone says Muppet, Heather said Muppet, and it's a wonderful thing to say. Okay, so abiogenesis live from primordial ooze, basically. Oh, yeah, now that you say it, abiogenesis, I have heard it. Okay, well, we can discuss that at one point if you want. And then we have a super chat from Kairak. When talking about the Joe Rogan episode, Dibble has dumb SJW, so Social Justice Warriors criticism of Graham. Dumb, okay. But Dibble holds the correct position while arguing it poorly. I see. So to you, it's not the position that is the problem, it's the way the position has been argued. I wonder how that happened, though, Kyra, because one thing I remember about this situation when he went to the Joe Rogan podcast is that he appeared to be very well prepared. Like, he had an entire thing all thought out, and you could see that he prepared it. He had a year to prepare for that. So I wonder, maybe he wasn't expecting to have to defend these kind of criticism, perhaps. That could be an interesting thing to discuss. And then Evil Black, massive supporter of the channel. Thank you again for all the gifted memberships yesterday and the day before. You're great. Biogenesis is the idea that the first life happened spontaneously from complex chemical reactions in the primordial soup. Thank you very much for clarifying that. Now I remember it. I just didn't remember what it was called in English, I guess. Thank you, The Hermit, for supporting the stream. And Metatron, I recommend the 2010 Danish documentary Into Eternity. It's about storing nuclear waste and how to warn future humans, like how myths may be ancient warnings. I think you'd really enjoy it. That sounds very much up my alley or up my street. I don't know which one is correct. You'll surely let me know. Just like yesterday, we had a little battle on how to pronounce this gentleman's name. And you say Hancock is just trying to pioneer something that's not true, but he needs people to play along. Yeah, I mean, as I say, I'm not convinced at all about the idea of an ancient Ice Age civilization, but I can't really say categorically it's false. I personally don't feel to be in the position to say that. It's just that I don't believe it. I'm not convinced. I'm kind of going with mainstream archaeology and history when it comes to that, and siding with the idea of when we think that the early civilizations began. So that's where I'm at right now. But I'm open to listening to other positions and ideas 100%. Thank you, Jonathan Smith. You can have me on as a guest, though I'd be asking you all sorts of questions on Italian history, so it would be an interview of you. I see, just your friendly Muppet fan. I really appreciate that. It would be probably a better situation when I can be a guest on your channel then. If you have a channel, I think that would make more sense if you're going to be asking the questions in that situations, but thank you very much. Okay, cool. And so 451 now members. I think we crossed the 450 mark. Thank you very much. Man, next one is 500. Man, could you imagine if that happens today? Well, we'll definitely keep a tally because, guys, 500 members would be a phenomenal situation. Anyways, let's look at this. So this is definitely a video that I want to watch with you. I watched it a little bit. I do have a few things to say, and I think that this could be an interesting situation to see, but it's an hour long, so I'm not going to watch the whole thing. The Archaeology Wars, Call to Action to Support Public Education and Science. That's another one I really want to hear. I want to see what he has to say, but it's another hour. Goodness gracious. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I think I need to buy a new cable, guys. So once this is finished, I will buy a new cable. Thank you for your patience. I really appreciate. Yeah, so since we got quite a few donations today, I'm gonna use, if you're okay with it, I'm gonna use some of that to get a new cable, because I think the cable needs a little renovation here. So I'll tell you what I said, of course, it was lost, but before I do that, I want to acknowledge, as usual, the Metatron. I want to acknowledge the support. Let me see. Yeah, Jonathan Smith, thank you for the support. No channel, just a fan of history and the way you explain it. Hope you cover some Ask Sensei. You got mute. You got mute. Thank you for that. I appreciate. Nerd City, so good to see you. Yeah, we still need to work on that possible collaboration between you and me. I'm really looking forward to it, by the way. Oh, perfect timing. He missed it. He's impossible to reach. Help me out, chat. Yeah, sorry, Nerd City. Did you try sending an email? I think you did. I think my wife told me about the email. Do give me the confirmation on that. But yeah, I'm just a little slow at organizing things. But we gotta work together, man. We gotta work together. Again, no sound? No. There is sound now. I can see the sound. I mean, if I look at this, la 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 la, I can see this going up. Oh, I missed your super. I'll check it immediately. There is an easy way to check that, and you do this. All right, so let me see. So it was done. This one also. What are your thoughts on the PD race map? I don't have any thoughts. I'm not sure about it. I wonder if it's a problem where I don't know the English name, maybe, or I'll look into it, but I'm not aware of it. Sorry about that. And I think I didn't miss any other super chat. I think I read everything else. Yes. If I do miss your super chat, do let me know, of course, because I don't want to be disrespectful. Nerd City, you're on video 14 on this subject, but I have fun intel for you on this. You'll enjoy the discussion. Okay, that's very good to know, Nerd City. And yeah, I'll continue talking about this subject. Not just this subject, of course. I've got other videos that don't really have to do with this, and they're going to come out. For instance, I've edited, and I'm going to post it tomorrow, guys. And you're going to watch it. It's going to be great. I just edited a pasta tier list, and it's phenomenal. It's a wonderful video. The meme is going to go hard after that one. You got to watch it. It's going to be great. Talking about that, I'm going to repeat what I said a second ago, but I do want to see 1,000 people watching almost. That's fantastic. Thank you so much, guys, for joining the streams. I really appreciate that. Okay. So, let me see. What other video options do we have? Hoping I don't get muted. I'm going to keep an eye on it. So yeah, this is probably what you lost when it comes to the part when I got muted, is that they have a video on the satellite remote sensing. So I'm actually very interested to see what he thinks about what the Armando May, Corrado Malanga, and Filippo Biondi did. And that's already 3 videos that I think are very pertinent with what we've been discussing here. Then he has a video on Atlantis, but it's members only. Is this members only? No, that's good. Mr. Beast smacks down pseudo-archaeology conspiracies. Well, personally, I don't think Mr. Beast is someone we should really look up when it comes to anything historical, right? I mean, that's just me. But I don't want to judge the video from the thumbnail. I do see a lovely UFO here. And because we watched, of course, he's going to debunk that. So, well, I'll have a look at it. And then he has a public letter to Joe Rogan, which is 44 minutes long. That is a long letter. And then the internet is filled with fake archaeology. So it seems to be going, yeah, the aftermath of talking to Graham Hancock on Joe Rogan, a reply. So we got a lot of work. We got a lot of stuff. We're not going to be able to cover all of this today. So I do want to begin. You know what? I'm so curious about the... Okay, guys, what do you guys think? I'm going to poll it. Do we begin with the structures under the pyramids, or do we begin with ancient DNA? I'm going to do a poll right now. Because power to the people. Am I right? And one moment, please. See if we can do this very quickly. Okay. Well, let me put a helmet just for fun. And then I'm having a little problem creating the poll thing for some reasons. Let's see if I can fix it like that. There you go, done. Okay, good. Okay, so start a poll. Do we do? Let's say sorry. Let's do tech under pyramids or DNA from Rome. Which one do we do, guys? The poll is up. Once again, power to the people. I'm interested in both. I'm actually very curious for both. Oh, that's strange. So Nerd City, in the meantime, I kind of want to read. Nerd City says, Dibble loved the Beast video. Did he? Although he's very rude about it, of course. Oh, is he? Well, we'll see. We'll have to see. So Mr. Beast, is it a video about Egypt or the video in Mexico? I guess Egypt. I guess it's the one in Egypt. Thank you so much, Baby Yoda, for supporting the stream. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And yeah. I'm gonna review the super chats in the meantime because I think I missed a few. We're gonna review them right now because you guys are great. You guys are fantastic. All right. Let's see. Oh yeah, we got a few super chats to read. Absolutely. So let me do just that very quickly. One moment. I hope you guys are having a good day, by the way. Okay, so I have all of the super chats here. So we did Muppet, we did this, Gold, no expert, Clash since moving to Sicily, we did that, Dibble, yes, was a crazy history, we did it, Metatron watch a legitimate scholar, we should watch him. I did read this one on the Hollow Moon Theory, just don't know anything about it. We'll probably watch this one, that's a good idea. Dungeon, if you want to go down the conspiracy theory rabbit hole, check out Y Files, yes, you said that. Mid-Atlantic, Sean, Rise Your Legacy, Reddit. Exactly. I don't know. Critical Biogenesis. Dan, thank you for becoming a member. I'm going to say it again anyways. We did read that. Biogenesis, The Hermit, Meta Recommend. Yeah, we read. Oh, no, I didn't. Yes, I did read this. I did read that. Also, Randall Carson, said Zed, thank you, thinks that's where Atlantis could have been. He's a geologist. Him and Hancock had great interviews with Joe Rogan, worth a React video. Very good point. We'll check it out. And yeah, I read this. Baby Yoda. That's all. That's all the super chats. So thank you, guys. Wow, this is tight. Look at this. Seems like we're going to have to watch both. Man, we're going to have to watch both today. It's just that they're very long, so I can't watch the entirety of both, but I can watch, like, some of it. Thank you, Baby Yoda. The first flight from JFK to Catania landed today. That's lovely. Oh, that's going to be good. I wonder if they also have flights to Palermo. Probably. For when I go back home. At the moment, DNA is No, now it's our tech winning. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see. We'll give you a little extra time. We'll give you a little extra time, guys. But yeah, thank you, Ruben, for supporting the stream. Watch Flint's response to Joe Rogan Experience was illuminating. I'll definitely will. Right now, I kind of want to start with one of those two, but we will. We can have several streams, in fact, talking about this. You miss Italian pizza. I understand that, Gabrielle. You know, where do you live? If you feel comfortable, just say the nation, Gabrielle, because if you live in the US, I can give you some good advice. I can give you some good advice to get something pretty good, pretty decent. From an Italian perspective, I mean. True ends, yes, the problem is being 100% certain about the subject. That's an estimate at best. Feels like you treating people as dumb. Well, that's what Zahi Hawass has been doing. So there's that. That's why I don't particularly like him up to this point. Man, the poll is too tight. Ooh, look at this. Man, this is good. This is good stuff, guys. Seems like I chose two topics that are great. We might need to ask Kermit to break the poll for us if this happens. We might need to do that. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to time it. We're going to keep the poll up until 6:35. Right now it's 6:32. The split second, I see a 5. I'll end the poll. 50-50. Come on now. Man, if when it's 35 and I go to click end poll and it stays 50-50, I'm flipping a coin. I'm just telling you. At that point, I'm rolling a dice. At that point, we'll leave it to the gods. Yeah, it's going to be a coin toss. Do I like Germany's pizza? I don't know. I've never been to Germany, so I wouldn't know. The video, what is a Leviathan? Ooh, that sounds interesting. Everyone stop at 50-50. That's pretty good. Alex, thank you so much. Dibble did a recent video on the Zaki photos. It's in the live section of his YouTube channel. Please review that. It's the most timely. I'll do it, but right now I want to give priority to one of these two. But I will. I absolutely will. I do remember that I go live 5 times a week. So we have a lot of time. And usually these live streams are at least 3 hours long. So we've got a lot of time to dedicate it to these reactions. But thank you for letting me know that it's 50-50 again. You are trolls. That's what it is. That's a reality of fact. You're all 1,000 trolls right now. That is insane. Now it's up 51. That's a race. That's a race I've ever seen it. Democracy has failed today. Yeah, I think that's why. Imagine if this worked like the conclave where you need a majority vote, in the sense not a simple majority, but they needed a 2/3 majority. Yeah, good luck with that. We would have to stay locked in the conclave for 3 years. That's what would happen. Am I right? Kit Bashed, thank you very much. Enjoy your content. I appreciate. Thank you for your support of the stream. Very, very cool. I'm just making sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah, Dave says, yeah, Hancock, I do not have believed to be racist. Seems like a weird accusation. To me too. I don't think Hancock is racist. I really don't. And honestly, I think I have a good sense of smell for racists, in the sense that I think I'm pretty good at figuring it out, because I don't go in with an idea of I already have a preconception, if you know what I mean. All right, guys, 34. The split second it says 35. I'm clicking the split second I see 5. Boom, ended. Okay, guys, we have a victor. We have a victor. 51%. We're checking the structures under the pyramids, but we can still check the other one as well, because this is gonna be a decent length stream. So sorry for those who wanted the other one, but it's still happening. We are still checking this one today. It's just that we are starting with this and then we watch a little bit. I am curious though, because I do feel I can add a lot when it comes to the structures under the pyramids, as you know, because I actually watched the conference. So it could be also a good opportunity to see if they got something wrong. So this could be fun. Let's check it out. Okay, so let's see if he explains who the guess is. Are there mega structures and a lost city under the pyramids of Giza? Already, this is coherent. This is exactly both things are what they claim. Of course not, he says. So he's categorical about it. So already it's different from my approach. I don't say of course not. I say I don't believe that there is something, but I leave an open possibility that there might be something. He says no. In this interview with Dr. Sarah Parkak, renowned Egyptologist and expert in archaeological remote sensing, we dive into the details of how archaeologists use satellite imagery and in the process debunk these viral claims. All right. Well, that's very interesting. Also, we've got the Lemon People. Save some time. It's Philip's Cruise. You remember the Philip's Cruise with Star Wars? The whole situation. That was hilarious. I thought that was really funny. Let me make sure that I have chat in a location where I can see it, because that would be nice. There we go. Okay. And Nerd City says the Parkak does not debunk it. So this is going to be interesting. Let's have a look.
Okay, hello everyone, and welcome back to Archaeology with Flint Dibble. And I am here with a good friend of the channel, Dr. Sarah Parkak, at the University of Alabama and in Birmingham. And and so we're going to be talking about this conspiracy that has sort of rocked the interwebs. Everybody's kind of seen, I think, by now, this kind of pyramid megastructures underneath the pyramids. And I kind of covered a little bit of this and some of the wacko-ness in a really impromptu live stream last Friday, where I sort of said, hey, we actually understand the best impromptu live
I want to look at that picture very quickly before we. So, of course, he calls it already a conspiracy, calls it nonsense. Man, look at that. That is crazy to think about. If you compare it to the Empire State Building, which is 443.4 meters tall, and the distance, it's 648 meters. That's not even counting. It's not even accurate in the sense that we need to go further down if we look at the statements when it comes to the halls of Amenti, so the actual squares, the cubes, it would be even, yeah. So, we'll see. Crimson asks, any idea for next gaming series, Metatron? I don't know. I think I need to finish Oblivion remaster, the Oblivion remaster first, and then we'll see. But I've been playing a lot of horror games and Heroes, so Might and Magic, so there is that. And then you ask no poll on Twitch. I don't know how to do polls on Twitch. Every time I do /poll, it doesn't do it. So I'll have to watch a tutorial, I guess. It used to work and it stopped working. Maybe I need to update. Total War Remaster would be a good series. Oh yeah, I didn't even know they remastered it. Cactus says Twisted Metal 2. Ooh, that's we've got someone who knows his good games for PlayStation 1. Good evening, Baron. Everything is going well. Thank you very much. Good to have you here. But yeah, let's go.
Do live stream last Friday where I sort of said, hey, we actually understand the bedrock and the geology and the hydrology of Giza, and like this team needs to overcome all the evidence we actually have. But I thought, look, I am not an Egyptologist. I am not someone who does remote sensing from satellites. And, well, that is Dr. Sarah Parkak. She wrote the textbook on satellite remote sensing for archaeology. Okay. And a lot of her research focuses on Egypt. And so, yeah, so I thought that this would be a great opportunity to try to get somebody who knows a lot more about these topics to really introduce them and discuss them in a little bit more depth. So thank you for coming on, Sarah. I really appreciate it.
Okay, so before we hear what she says, how she introduces the discussion, I already saw her facepalm. We do have to keep one thing in mind that I think should be noted, is that she's an expert in SAR technology. Great. But the claim from Armando May, Filippo Biondi, and Corrado Malanga is that they're using a new technique. So up to a certain extent, and do remember that I'm kind of playing devil's advocate here because I do not believe a word that comes from both Malanga and May. But up to this point, I haven't seen any reason as to why I should completely ignore the statements made by Filippo Biondi, because he did say that it's a new technique. And so can we call it a conspiracy? Let's see first if it works. So, of course, she's going to look at this from the perspective of, I guess, regular SAR technology, but this is a different application of the technology. It's a different application of the reading. Again, I don't believe in May and Malanga at all, and they are the reason why I'm inclined to think that this is nonsense when it comes to the halls of Amenti. But then again, we do need to be precise. This is a different application. Let's see what she says. Thank you, Daniele Fabbro. Expert in the matter should also check it out if the technology was used correctly and if it was working correctly. You're right. I also think, Daniele, that I hope that they mentioned that. I hope they mentioned the, I think you're Italian like me, right? So, of course, we're both familiar with the massive that is in central Italy, in the region of Abruzzo. So the i laboratori del Gran Sasso d'Italia. So it's these laboratories that are inside the tunnels in the mountain. And yeah, they did use this technology and it appears to work. So before you face palm, you do need to show me, okay, why doesn't that count? And why you don't think that it would work? And so that's just to be fair, because we need to be fair. What I think was nonsense was the introduction on the historical basis of what they were trying to present, given by Armando May. That was laughable. And then when it comes to Corrado Malanga, I don't believe a word he says. But Filippo Biondi, we need more than a facepalm with the statement that he made when it comes to the new application of this technology, I think. Just to be fair. Okay, sound is fine? Sound is fine, that's good. Yeah, exactly. Heather WP, member of the channel, says, appropriately, technology is improving every day. Yeah, you can be a tech wizard 5 years ago and today be lost if you... Exactly. That's exactly my point. I think you articulated it much better than me and in a much more concise version, but I'm a Southern Italian and I speak. Yeah. So let's have a look.
This is awesome. I'm super psyched to talk through stuff with you and your audience.
Good. And so, I mean, like I imagine when you see these kind of images, your hackles are immediately sort of raised with this kind of artistic reconstruction from something.
Yeah, I do have problems with the 3D reconstruction. When it comes to the images on the left, I do find them intriguing. So I approach these two sides of the screen very differently. And let's see if they do that too or not. Thank you very much, Daniel Jedi, for supporting the stream. Play Centurion again. That was my childhood. Yeah, I have the entire playthrough, don't I, on the gaming channel. But I do want to try a second playthrough, and this time I want to see if I can get Cleopatra to fall in love with Caesar. That's something you can get in that game, but it's kind of a special thing.
Like that.
So what's crazy? So I had a super busy week. I was working on a big proposal, and obviously very busy with universities, working midterms. So I found out about it. Like my phone had blown up, and a bunch of people, both family and people who are a little bit into archaeology, started texting me like, "Hey, so are the pyramids built by aliens or what?" I'm like, "What has gone on?" I didn't know, and then got online and saw the news.
Sure, let's not consider the articles though, because articles make everything, it's like a telephone game. You've got to watch the conference if you want to speak about this discussion. Now, given, if you look at the first article here, it said, let me see if I can find it. There we go. Massive underground structures found beneath Giza were already found, maybe. Pyramids spark ancient energy grid conspiracy theories. Now, this is not mentioned anywhere in the 4 hours conference that I have meticulously reviewed. But to be fair, Armando May, during his interview at Project Unity, the channel run by Jay Anderson, did say that in his opinion, the pillars, the shafts, the tubes, however you want to call them, that they think they have detected under the pyramids may play two functions. Function 1 could be structural support for the pyramids. So function 2, however, he said, could be production of electricity. Well, he used the word energy. He means electricity, in my opinion. So, yeah, this is what they believe. At least one of the three believes this. But just because May believes that, it doesn't automatically mean that Biondi believes it. What Corrado Malanga believes, yeah, I mean, there is a lot of alien discussion there, so she's correct when it comes to that. Cool. Let's see. Final Fantasy Tactics is fantastic for PlayStation 1, you're absolutely right. Rome Expedition is another one I need to play, Baron, you're absolutely right. Cool. All right, so I think I read. Let me see on Twitch, people, what they're saying. Bestia says on Twitch, loved your analysis of Dr. Zaki Hawass statements on Joe Rogan's show. Watched the original before your reaction and came to similar conclusions. This guy is full of himself and doesn't understand how science works. Yeah, I mean, and he's a scientist, but he's also not a scientist, so there is that.
It's built by aliens or what? I'm like, what has gone on? I didn't know, and then got online and saw the news, and it was like, what? And I wasn't aware at first just how like hyper viral this had gone. I guess
that's TikTok's fault. That's TikTok.
Alex Jones retweeted it or talked about it, and then I guess Joe Rogan has talked about it. Like, I mean, explode like.
Yeah. It just it went viral immediately. I think it was mainly because, as far as I can tell, this guy Greg Reese, who has a connection to InfoWars, made a blog and a video post about it, an AI video post, and that got picked up.
What a face!
By InfoWars. Then this other guy, Jay Anderson, who we'll look at one of his tweets a little later because he tries to summarize the methods, I guess. And yeah, it just went mega viral. I found out about it because one of my good friends from high school, who's a very smart, sane person, was like, what do you think about this crazy stuff under the pyramids?
Yeah, let's read it. Huge structures discovered, 6,500 feet. That's already... I mean, I don't understand feet, but it's 648 meters under the ground and then 2 kilometers. So I don't... What would 6,500 feet? Can you guys do that for me so I don't have to open another Google tab? Yeah, over a mile. Okay, so it's kind of strange because in the entire conference, this is not mentioned. It's either 2 kilometers, if you want to talk about the cubes, the 2 cubes that they believe is the host of Amenti, hence why some articles mention a city. They did mention the city. Yeah, about a mile and a half, I see. So maybe 2 kilometers, so that's what it is then? No, you're explaining to me how it is, okay. And then, but these go down to 648 meters, they say. Below Great Pyramid, new finding could change history as we know it. Yeah, I mean, before that happens, you gotta dig, because I don't believe it if I don't see it.
And I'm just like, what? And then I start seeing it just all over the internet over the next few days that it was like, this is going to become a conspiracy that we're going to have to tackle over the next decades.
That.
Really,
that is beautiful art. I mean, wow. Seriously? Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. Okay.
Conversation with Milo Rossi about it, and he's like, yeah, this is going to be something that happens. But what's amazing to me is how old this is. People have been saying this, that there's a subterranean city under the pyramids of Giza for decades.
Right.
And saying that it's a cover-up. And so, I don't know, people just want to believe, if you know what I mean, right?
My favorite...
Well, of course, people always have you can believe whatever you want. I think we should, even if you are someone who absolutely believes this and you're like, no, I really believe it, that's fine. But I'd say before you start maybe accusing, the point where I draw the line is when you accuse people who are skeptical about it of trying to cover up. I think that can be a little bit, I think people have crossed the line. But if you want to believe it, you can absolutely believe it. I would suggest to wait for better evidence. Which is why I constantly say we gotta dig, guys. We gotta dig. But before you can dig, you need to have better proof of the technology. Which is why I was suggesting use this new technology under the labyrinth to map the labyrinth of Paris. That's only 200 meters under the ground, so it should be a walk in the park in comparison. And then map, for example, choose a couple of mines that we already have entirely mapped, and of course some of the deep mines that we have go down 2 kilometers easily, and then if that checks out, maybe having to deal with water tables and underground rivers, if that checks out, and then you have more elements, because at the end of the day, any technology needs to be reproducible. Like, you need to be reproducible. You need to be able to reproduce, and possibly even by a third party. After you've done that, if then they refuse to dig, then it's politics. Then it's control of information. Then I'm going to side with the people that say, well, wait, we proved it. Right now, they only showed that it works, in theory, on 3 sites, but the sites, 2 of which I don't think count. The only one that was interesting was the Gran Sasso d'Italia, but it's still not below ground zero. So I think it just needs to be tested more. After the testing more, I wouldn't just dismiss it at that point and say, it's nonsense, it's just aliens. Well, wait, maybe it's not aliens. Yeah, I would suggest that it's not aliens, but there might still be something there. Maybe it's natural. Maybe it's artificial, but it's not production of electricity. We don't have to discount the entire thing before. If the tech works, if the tech is proven to work by independent scientists at this point, then I would say we got to dig. What do you guys think? But yeah.
Conspiracy theory, and I feel like I can talk about this because I've talked about this with the king of the pyramids, Dr. Zahi Hawass, who, by the way, is absolutely a lovely gentleman. One of the times I was in his...
I disagree, Doctor. I don't think Dr. Hawass is a lovely gentleman, but that's just me.
Office. It was like one of these conspiracies had broken again, and someone said that there was like a secret chamber running from the Sphinx to his office. He's like, well, I would love that if that were so much easier. But like, who are these people going on?
It's
forever?
like Hogwarts. Yeah, I know. And I mean, just to give a quick, something I didn't cover is also the lead researcher, if you will. He's a PhD chemist. He's published Real Chemistry, but these are his books, which are about aliens and demons and UFOs and things like that. So you can see.
This I gotta agree with them, because I mean the lady can like whoever she wants, but now I'm kind of I'm afraid that they're gonna go tribalistic about this. Well, we like Flint Dibble, we like sorry, not Flint Dibble, we like Zaki Hawass because he's the one in charge of the, it's not even the Ministry of Antiquity anymore, but he's the one that is on our side, even though he has done and said things that are absolutely questionable. But now it's like it's us versus them. I might be wrong, but I'm not a huge fan of that. Then again, she can love him all she wants, it's fine. I'm just saying it's a red flag. But this, yeah, this is the work, some of the work of Corrado Malanga, UFO in your mind. Yeah, I don't know what the heck this is. Corrado Malanga, la fabbrica dell'immortalità. So the, fabbrica. Fabbrica is like, man, how do you translate fabbrica from Italian? Not the company, the industry, maybe? The industry of immortality. I don't know if that's a good factory. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, a plant or a factory of immortality. And then aliens or demons is the other question that he asks. And when it comes to this one, by the way, you're like, well, what does he mean? Is he talking about the ancient Egyptians' idea that when you were mummified, then you would go into... No, I'll tell you what he's talking about because I watched all the interviews in Italian of Corrado Malanga. He says that the aliens that have been coming to our planet for 500,000 years have been coming here specifically because they want to harvest souls from humans, because aliens have spirits, but they don't have souls, while humans have spirit, mind, and soul. And so the aliens want to get the soul because it's the way that they can extend their life. Just to give you a little bit of context. So yeah, this is, I think, a good representation of what one of the three... It still doesn't... This kind of gives us a perspective on the way Malanga creates his interpretations of the scans. Still doesn't say anything about the technology when it comes to Filippo Biondi, though.
I think we're getting started off in a biased way. The people presenting these results have demonstrated their biases as well. Everybody has biases. I think it's best we just acknowledge that. And these people are as biased as anybody else. So with their preconceived notions of aliens and demons and lost cities and things like that. So one of the things that I thought we could start with is just your article on the evidence that you use from satellite imagery and aerial imagery for looting in Egypt, because I think that it's a really important article because it shows really quite clearly how this kind of technology works.
Splendid. Before we do that, I've got a few super chats. Thank you, Ali, for supporting the stream. Why there is so much research on history, Islamic civilization? I find it weird why there isn't? Oh, there is no so much. Okay. I find it weird no discussion of leaders' history and where most of the things I learned came from Muslim historian and some of these are biased. Yeah, I mean, I think it depends. If you think about it, it really depends where you study. Because I'm sure if you live in a Muslim or Islamic land, you'll get a lot more history about that. And I don't know how much time you spend studying Crusades or European history, ancient Rome. I do know that, for example, here in America, I don't think you guys study much of ancient Rome, or at least as much as we do in Italy. So I guess maybe that's the reason. When it comes to public discourse on the internet, I think it depends what channel you're watching. But thank you for the support. Also, we've got a super chat here. Thank you, everyone. Factory, you muppet. Okay, got it. And thank you very much for the super chat. You've been very nice. Why did Filippo Biondi, not how you spell it, but it's fine, need Corrado Malanga to interpret his data? That is a very good question, very pertinent. Why isn't he telling Corrado what it is? Don't know idea how to spell the names. Don't worry about it. Yeah, why does Filippo Biondi associate with Armando May and Corrado Malanga? I don't know, but because I'm strongly opposed, guilty by association. Who knows? Maybe Filippo Biondi thinks... I don't know if Filippo Biondi believes that stuff. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he thinks it's complete nonsense, the stuff that both May and Malanga present. But perhaps he disconnects the two. It's like, well, we can still work together with these two very passionate individuals. And perhaps it's a way to get funding. I don't know. Although then again, they did say that it cost nothing to operate the two satellites. I don't know if you're aware of this piece of information. It was explained during the conference in Italian that they didn't need any money. So this is not a money situation when it comes to how expensive it could be. Be interesting to see if she is going to tell us about how much regular SAR technology cost to implement. But when it comes to the new technique, zero. They said it cost zero. That's what they said. Sorry, 1 second. Oh, we got something. 1 second. We just got something that could be an interesting update, guys. An interesting update. Live. An interesting update live. Yes. So I need to share this because Jay Anderson just tagged me on Twitter, and he spoke to me directly, publicly. So I'm gonna share it. Let's see what Jay Anderson has to say about my positions. So let's do that, guys. We've got a development right where we are live. This could be interesting. Let's see what Jay Anderson has to say. Twitter. I'm actually curious. 1 moment, please. And let me see if I've also got... I need to double check that it's public, because if it's a private message, then I never share private messages without explicit consent. All right. So I got a private message from illegitimate scholar who is typing right now. That's cool. I won't read it though, because I need to, respect people's privacy, but I'll definitely read it afterwards. 1 moment. Cool. Well, very, very nice. Very nice message from illegitimate scholar. We'll read it later. Maybe we can network a little bit, but I am curious to see. Apologies if I'm a little slow. Jay Anderson, let's have a look. Okay. So what does Jay Anderson think? Sorry that I am invisible. Let me know if I just blocked the audio. Are you ready, guys? Let's have a look. So this is when I was talking about the fact that I appeared on a live with Dr. David Miano, and we spoke about the pyramid scan. Jay Anderson says, my girlfriend and I just finished watching your breakdown of my research and networking with the Kafra team. Oh yeah, when I reacted to their interview. We both felt very strongly that you went into it knowing very little and came away far more educated, even if begrudgingly so. Thank you for the coverage. Okay, cool. Well, that's fine. I might need to reply to this and see exactly what it means, like what points. Yeah, I did enjoy the... that's true. I did enjoy the coverage. Although then again, on some of the things that Armando May said, yeah, I'm more not educated in the sense that now I know more about what Armando May thinks, and I think it's nonsense. But the sections where Filippo Biondi was speaking, they were very nice to listen to. So yeah, I'll give him that. And again, I appreciate that he's being cordial about it. So that's very nice. Appreciate that, Jay Anderson. Just for context for everyone, I want to show you what video we are talking about, so that if you want to go and check it, Project Unity, at least you know which one it is. All right, so this is the channel in question. Project Unity, 87,000 subscribers, as I said, and the specific video was the interview. This one here, exclusive meet, as you can see, I watched the whole thing. Exclusive meet the scientists behind the massive Giza Plateau discoveries. So this is the video. It has 110,000 views. I watched it. So if you guys want to check it out, I'm just going to put a link right now in chat. 1 and 2. We give people always an opportunity to make your mind regardless of what I think. And very good. Okay, cool stuff. Thank you, Jay Anderson, for being civil. I appreciate that. Up to this point, I have to say that one thing that it seems to be happening is that both sides seem to be civil with me, and that's probably because they are used to trying to get at each other's throat a lot. So I think the fact that I'm civil towards them and cordial, up to this point, Milo Rossi was very nice to me. Someone was in fact asking, no, I've never networked with him, but I would be happy to collaborate with Milo Rossi. I would also be happy to have some conversations with Jay Anderson and the legitimate scholar, Flint Dibble. I'm open to talking to anyone. I'm the freedom guy. I'm the freedom guy. Also, don't forget that I have a Discord, guys, and it's linked in chat, I believe, if you want to have a look at that. All right, let me see what chat says very quickly, making sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah, not interested says African history is not even covered at all. You're absolutely right. How many of you guys have actually studied the history of the Kingdom of Kush in middle school or in secondary school / high school? Anyone? Because we didn't study anything, which I think is wrong. At least I'm not saying you need to go deep on anything. I'm like, oh, go deep into the history of your country, right? But also have a little bit of an understanding of the interesting facts and maybe mythologies and cultures. Because can you name right now a queen or a king in Africa? Or in freaking, like, even like even other places? I was about to say like Mongolia, but then again, everyone is gonna say Genghis Khan. But you know what I mean. You know what I'm going with this. And yeah, that is a little bit of it's a bit of a shame, isn't it? Okay, so so Bad says lies must at least cost fuel to transport. Transport what? Because the satellites are already in orbit. He's saying that it's a lie, that it costs nothing to apply the new technology, implement a new technique of SAR scanning by using sound with by Filippo Biondi. But I think you're misunderstanding. They didn't launch the satellite. They don't have that kind of access. The satellite are already in orbit. They simply, I think, had a connection in order to, when the satellites reached a certain slant and in a certain position, to point them at the pyramids and then gather data. He said it cost nothing. Now, whether it's a lie or not, I don't know, but just to let you know that they didn't launch the thing. They don't have that kind of influence, just so that we're clear. Meta news, says Froggy Style, exactly. Twitter, not X. I keep forgetting that now it's called X, but it's also because the other day I said, guys, let's check out my X account, and it sounds like it's not my account anymore. So I have to say my account on X, I guess, but it's kind of weird to say. Okay. Okay. There we go. We got a few people that actually support Flint Dibble here in chat. As I told you, we got a bit of everything. A bit of everything. You say Evil Fandango says illegitimate scholar is cool. Well, I'm definitely gonna look into his channel more and see if we can network a little bit, because yeah, he just sent me some messages. I won't say what they are, just out of respect for privacy, but he seemed to be very nice, and I always appreciate that. You're like, Metatron, but does it really matter? Yes, after I've been called publicly an NAZI and a fascist and all the other attacks, the Wokatron, but then the next day I'm Metachud, and then the next day I'm a white supremacist, and then the other time I'm like, it's like, yeah, I think my bar is so low now that whenever anyone is civil and decent, I'm like, okay, I'm willing to talk. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Metachud, yeah, I know, it's funny, Daniele Fabro. Oh my gosh. So yeah, that happened. What can I say? The company formerly known as Twitter. Yeah, I still find it that way though when I Google it. Who is also a high elf player? Who? I am. I know I am. But okay, what part of Egypt was hit with a tsunami? Was Egypt hit by a tsunami, or I'm not aware of that? Like recently, you mean? Bonsoir, Dali. Bonsoir. Metachad is funny, I know. But Wokatron is funny as well. Yeah, the guys, of course, you probably watched already the videos, because that is the one to get more views, but you probably watched the videos when I like respond to the people that call me white supremacist and racist and fascist. But then I think I made a fantastic thumbnail when I'm going to show you, when I had to respond to the people that got really pissed because I was speaking about women warriors, and I was also speaking about the fact that as a team we thought that Michelangelo, we reviewed his poetry in medieval Italian, we found some double entendre, and we thought, you know what, we actually think Michelangelo was gay, and it really annoyed people. It really annoyed, because I think they used that I usually say, guys, this historical character was not gay. Usually I say that because that's what I debunk, but on that situation I'm not gonna lie if the evidence points to a different position. And so I said that, and they started being called woke. And so I thought it was funny, because then I made this video, which I thought was fascinating. I think it's funny. Behold the Wokatron. Look at myself, blue hair. I know, Baron, you didn't appreciate the blue hair, but hey, it's my channel. It's my choice. I thought it was hilarious. I had to do it. I'm not saying that every single individual human being who gets his hair blue is woke. I'm not saying that, okay? I'm not saying that. Get whatever hair you want. I don't care. But it was just too funny. I had to do it. Because, I mean, come on. Comedy's not dead, guys. Comedy's not dead. And in the first iteration, my beard was also blue, by the way. But then I decided, no. I want to keep the contrast. Because I've got a little bit of that, you know? So, I don't know. I like laughing, guys. I like laughing. We need to be able to laugh about things these days. Am I right? Because what do we do if we don't laugh? What do we do, my friends? What do we do? So that happened. The Metatron. I accept that name. I accept that name. Oh my gosh. Aloha. Ooh, that's... Don't give him ideas for names, but goodness gracious, the Megatron is another way. But yeah, they could use that one 100%. And what else? What can we do for the other side, though? Because they already used Wokatron. What could it be? Usually radical leftists are more colorful with name calling. Radical right-wingers just use woke. So, well, leftists usually are more like white supremacist, racist, bigot, and all of that other stuff, and then this phobe and that phobe. The right just says woke. Or am I wrong? Am I forgetting something? I don't know, because I'm just trying to figure it out, guys. I don't know. I'm just a normal guy with a camera. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. They use degenerate, that's right. But Pastatron. There you go. The Pastatron, guys. Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. The Leftatron. Meta Muppet. Oh my gosh, yeah, we really need to be more creative so that we create the names, and that way we control the narrative, guys, because this is a game of chess. This is a game of chess. This is why, like, sometimes people tell me, why do you even bother? Why do you respond to the people that make... No, I respond because I monetize the hate. You see? It's wonderful. Like, between the two guys that made the videos about me recently... one that was saying I don't speak Sicilian, I don't speak Italian, the other guy calling me a fascist. Between those two alone, I almost paid my mortgage this month. I mean, that's that. You know? It's metal. It's heavy metal. I don't only respond to people, I also respond to people who are nice. I made plenty of... So it's not like... Because you could be like, yeah, but if you only respond to the people that call you things, then isn't it encouraging them so that they get covered? It would be, but I also respond to people that are nice. So at the end of the day, if you wish for me to cover you, you can use each path, either path. You could use the path of accusing me of stuff, so then I respond to you, and I monetize your hate, or you can use the other one where you're like civil about it and you present an interesting argument, whether you agree or disagree. So if you agree, you could expand on what I'm saying, and if you disagree, you could present an interesting counter argument, still being a decent human being, you'll still be covered. So yeah, there is that. Man, people keep going. The woke chad, the Scissatron, the Metachub, my gosh, the Dibbletron. Oh my gosh, where is this going? Aldo Metatron Maccione, oh my gosh, the Pedantatron, man. The other day I actually told the guy, you said, you're condescending, and I said, I embrace that, but I'm also pedantic, just so you know. Don't forget that, because, yeah. Don't forget that. All right, so, let's stop. Okay, I see on Twitch you're having a little bit of a discussion. I appreciate everyone, by the way. I appreciate Hagop. I appreciate Snurdly and your opinions. I appreciate Bestia and your opinions. Yeah, I like that you're here. Freedom to all. Speak your mind. You'll never be blocked by me. So I'm not going to delete any comment or anything. Let's go. Ooh, sorry. I just muted him. I just censored. Freedom of speech went out the window. But you're still going? Pizzatron! Ooh, I'm going to have to start ignoring you guys.
You're documenting large-scale looting. I mean, so how does satellite imagery sort of let you do this in a sort of systematic way?
So, right. So satellites, there are different kinds of satellites, which we can get into over the course of this conversation. But most of the satellites that my team and I use in countries like Egypt, which, we're lucky, it's pretty deserty, and most of the sites are open. Obviously, there's some vegetation, some palm trees on sites, but they're pretty easy to see from the sky.
Yeah.
It's called passive satellite imagery, and that means that the satellites are recording light reflected off the ground.
Right.
And we'll get later imagery, which is in the category of active satellite imagery.
Yeah.
And that means that active satellites, whether they're sending down pulse beams of light or recording energy waves, the satellites themselves are having to, or imaging platforms are having to generate that energy. So
up to this point, of course, she's explaining very well. Up to this point, she's talking about imagery and light. Do keep in mind that the technology, the way Filippo Biondi explained it, instead has to do with vibration that represent sound. So I hope that she's going to address that. Penetron. Flint dribbling. Pastatron. Mozzatron. Man, I would go for some buffalo mozzarella right now. Tortellini-tron. Kristen, I do like tortellini, but I'm more of a ravioli guy. So there is that.
The passive satellites, they do a really good job of allowing us to see visual data or data in different parts of the light spectrum, which of course we can't see. We can see in the red, green, and blue parts. Extends to the near, middle, far infrared. And, in a lot of instances, satellites are think of them like a space-based, MRI or X-ray, where,
right.
In some, with the active satellites, you can actually see beneath, but with the passive satellites, we're looking for very subtle differences on the Earth's surface. So with looting pits, Egypt has undergone looting thousands of years. King Tut's tomb was looted. The burial party actually snatched things on the way out. Howard Carter noted in one of the unguent jars, like a hand mark where someone had scooped out the whatever was in there. So this is not a new activity.
Yeah, of course, I don't think she meant that the Earth is perfectly round. I know you're pedantic because I'm pedantic, but let's give it a little. I don't think she meant that. Stromanatron. Oh my gosh. Sorry if I lost Micah for a second, but luckily he seems to be back. Actually, it hasn't happened in a while, so I do appreciate that. Flat Earthatron. This is never gonna stop during this live stream, is it? Yeah. Factatron, though, is great, Rooney. I love that one, Rooney. The Factatron. You gotta be careful how you pronounce it, though, because it might sound like a swear word. So, yeah.
But, looting's been going on in Egypt and Peru and across the U.S., everywhere, since people have been able to loot sites. And so really, I got into doing looting mapping in Egypt around the Arab Spring. I've been working there for, more than 25 years now, and always been tracking sort of modern development and site impacts for site management plans. But really, around the time of the Arab Spring in 2011, there were all these reports of, World Heritage sites, UNESCO World Heritage sites being looted. And
Reptiletron. Chris S. said Reptiletron. The word has been spoken, guys. The word has been spoken. You know what that means. You know what that means.
I work with the reptilians. How dare you speak about reptiles? We, the reptilian people, control this earth. Chris.
Oh my gosh. Where are we going with this? Where are we going with this, guys? Where are we going with this? Anyways, I appreciate the... I'm a troll, guys. You're trolling, but I'm a troll. So it's gonna be troll versus troll here. It's gonna be troll versus troll. Okay. So she is going, let's have a look at this section. So she's going to explain all of the sets, great, how satellite remote sensing works. How about we skip to this? Because this is going to show us all the things she detected in Egypt, and that's wonderful. I love that she did that. Synthetic aperture radar works with archaeology. Okay, that's another one that I would be in fact more interested. Methodological problems with the Giza megastructure. All right, so I'm interested in these two. Let's have a look.
Critical of all the technologies we use, because as I said before, sometimes they don't work, and sometimes multiple sensors will show what's there, give additional insights. So SAR data, any kind of radar data, is really useful and helpful for all the work that we want to do. So there are different kinds of synthetic aperture radar data sets, and it's different than active satellites in that there are radio waves that are sent down from the actual satellites. And there are...
All right, so from the images, now we move to the radio waves.
Different wavelengths that penetrate the ground or have different responses. So the L is the shortest, and that tends to have the best resolution. And the other wavelengths, so there's C and there's M, they're longer. And what this is super useful for is looking at like geological fracturing. So it's really important. So for example, if you're a geologist and you're interested...
And I hope she's going to talk about the depth, because that's the part that I'm interested in. With this kind of technology, what depth can you reach? Thank you very much, the Lemon Pio. Tronatron, that's one possible name. Good morning, Greg. So good to have you here. Thank you, Dan the Jedi, for sending 1 Metatron gift memberships. We have now reached 437, if I'm counting correctly, members. Alex, no, 51, sorry, because we already hit 50. I apologize for that. We're at 51 with this. Alex, thank you for becoming a member. 52 then. 52, guys. 452 members. Yeah, for a moment, I lost it. 452 members and going. Do stay today for the members only section. It's going to be great to have you here. Nice. Siculotron. Yep. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, Greg, for gifting 5 Metatron memberships. I really appreciate that. So all of you guys that received a membership today, we have now been boosted to, we were at 452 plus 5, 457 members today. Thank you very much. And then do stay, because we're going to have a members only talk in a little bit for 30 minutes. Gladiatron is pretty good.
In terrain mapping, where there are different deposits. So this shows different parts of the light spectrum and where different bands of information are located. It can be really helpful. So yeah, that image showing the tree. So the big challenge with radar imagery is noise.
Okay, noise.
It's very fiddly. Of all the satellite data sets that I have worked with over the years, I have struggled the most with SAR data or radar.
So when the fact that she mentioned noise, finally something I can work with, is that noise was in fact one of the first things that the team said, specifically Filippo Biondi, during his interview. He said that at first they thought that the shafts that they see in the image that I often put in the thumbnail, the one that looks, it's blue background, but the orange and yellow bright shafts that are supposedly representing these pillars under the pyramids, they say that at first they thought it was just noise, that the Malanga, Biondi and May initially thought it was noise. So here I see a connection that she says noise indeed tends to be a problem with SAR technology. So this checks out.
That data. It's just because radio, right? There's radio waves, there's speckles, it's hitting anytime you're dealing with active satellites, it's hitting lots of features. So trees, ground cover, buildings, whatever is there. And what the satellites do, what it's doing is you're sending the radio wave down, and it's measuring the bounce back at different rates, intensities. So for example, if there's something just under the ground, I'll try to angle my, maybe it goes here and then bounces back versus the others that are bouncing here. Okay, so there's something unknown, maybe. But it can only see up to a depth. The L band can only see up to a depth of 2 meters. And
finally some information that I was really looking for. So this way of using the satellite to scan can only see down to 2 meters. And I think that this is one of the main arguments or counter arguments that have been used against the team, the Italian team, that says that instead they can see down to 648 meters. But the technique is different. And I really hope that she's just not going to tell us all of this for the next hour without addressing the elephant in the room, which is as big as the Carthaginian elephants that have crossed the Alps, for the sake of argumentation. That is the idea that they say, yes, but we are not using, we're still using the satellites. It's still SAR technology, so synthetic aperture radar. However, we are using a different technique. We have to keep that in mind. You have to respond to that. You have to respond to that. And Chris, for example, says it's impossible. There is a water table under the Giza Plateau, chambers and tunnels, yes, but not a mile-deep city. That's silly. So the idea that the water table would be a problem is indeed something that I agree with. And the problem that we have seen so far is that even though this technology seems to be working, for example, in the laboratories of the Gran Sasso d'Italia, it seems like that they can see the laboratories inside the massif. There is no water table there. Now, do also keep in mind that even though, and this is why the situation gets so crazy, Zahi Hawass said this is all nonsense. He also said that there is no water table under Giza. Do you remember that? This is from his words. I'm not adding anything. It's just that I've been watching so much Zahi Hawass lately that I'm literally memorizing what the guy says. He claimed there is no water table at all. So even though he is on the side with the people that say Corrado Malanga, Filippo Biondi, they don't know what they're talking about, he also says that there is no water table. So who's the heck? If there is no water table, then this counter-argument, which would be my counter-argument too. I'm with you, Chris. But now, is there a freaking water table? Is there no water table? If there is a water table, then they need to use this technology. I'm going to repeat this until I'm dead. I'm going to repeat this. They need to use this technology below ground zero, where there is a water table, so we can see if the water interferes with this technique. That's how we need to know. But yeah, Zahi Hawass did say there is no water table. So even though, in theory, they would be on the same side, I guess, of Zahi Hawass, they're now making completely opposite statements. And we are going to tally these. We're going to get all of these down one by one. This is why we're here. It's an analysis. We're going to try and see that. Okay, cool. But then he said that there was. Did he misspeak? He didn't, Chips. He didn't say he misspoke. He said that there is water inside the shaft, the Osiris shaft, but there is no water table. I don't remember him saying that. I'll probably rewatch it just to be sure. But still, how can you misspeak? It would be like me saying there is no Colosseum in Rome, and then, oh, sorry, I misspoke. How do you say that? Like, if this is something that is absolutely there, it's a little strange. But we'll see.
And that is in perfect conditions, like perfect. So for example, let's just say that there's a 2 million year old riverbed buried beneath a desert, like the Western Sahara of Egypt.
Okay.
Radar data has been used to map old river courses buried beneath sand, which is great, right? You have sand and then you have rock. And it's seeing through the sand, maybe a bit deeper. But again, there's no interference. There's no buildings. There's no wires. There's nothing. And it's dry. Versus a site like Giza, or any site that's next to more modern sites. Giza is, and so resolution plus noise, and it's easy. It is so easy to overinterpret satellite imagery. Guilty as charged, Your Honor. I have done this before. I have gotten things wrong.
This could be one of my counter arguments. So in this point, I do agree with her. It seems like, for what I've seen, that it is very possible that they misinterpreted it. So I would still be open to the possibility that unless this is noise, unless this is interference from the water table that you guys have brought up, that's possible. If that's the case, there is nothing down there. However, let's, for sake of argumentation, that there is something down there. Either it's some remnants or some shafts or something that they had during construction, so not a power plant, but maybe there is something, there is artificial. I don't know if it will be all the way down to 2 kilometers at that point. That could be problem of the noise. That could be a problem with the misinterpretation. That's what I'm saying. Or perhaps there is something that is natural, because It does happen. I mean, yes, you have the bedrock, but you also have like just regular limestone underneath. And then sometimes in limestone, you do have the natural creation of tunnels. At least that's what I'm told by professionals. So the problem could be the misinterpretation of the way they saw these scans, and then they saw these lines, and they're like, "Ooh, this looks like a spiral," and we think the spiral is glass, and then there is an empty tube. That's what they are saying. Also, think about it. Why would they use an empty tube as a support implement for a structure of the size and weight of the pyramid? Why if you're doing that, why empty? Empty doesn't sound secure enough for me at that point. So I actually never thought about that. I'm just thinking it right now. So empty kind of doesn't work well. I guess empty works a bit better with the idea of, could you imagine glass? I mean, that would be so, just dig for 1 meter. Dig 1 meter. And let's see if there is glass. You know what I mean? A spiral glass maybe glows. Could you imagine that? 1 meter. You don't need to dig 648 meters. You just need to dig. Maybe what I'm saying makes no sense, because I guess they need to first dig through the solid rock. But then again, no, because the pillars have to be connected to the pyramids. I'm sorry. I need to clarify this one, because I think I'm onto something, guys. 1 second. Sorry. Structures. Look at this. Under the pyramids. All right. Here it is. Let me know what you think. I will go into members only in a little bit. Give it another 10 minutes. Okay, so look. If these pillars are supporting the pyramid, there has to be contact. I never thought of this. This is big. There has to be contact. Otherwise, what the heck are they supporting? Which means these go, in fact, these images do show that. These go through the bedrock, right? So this is easy to check. You don't need to dig 648 meters under the rock. You need to dig 1 little bit. 1 little bit. They're not pillars, they're hollow tubes. That depends how you translate, by the way, Bricks. From Italian, it's not exactly. Regardless, let's say you're right. Let's say they mean hollow tubes. With these spirals, which they claim is glass, that would be easy. You only need to dig, literally, maybe even 30 centimeters. I know, they said they're empty. Yeah. 30 centimeters. It's not a big, it doesn't, because I remember someone yesterday was saying, oh, it would cost millions of dollars. Would it? How would it cost millions of dollars? Yeah, I guess, I don't know millions of dollars, but I guess it would be a very difficult endeavor to actually go all the way down to the 2 kilometers where these are supposedly located, the holes of Amenti. But then again, before we talk about that, can you not just dig for 1 freaking meter, 1 little hole, and you can shut them all down? Imagine that, shut them all down. This whole thing dies. Or you actually find something, and then we can talk, but with knowledge, not speculation. I think this is, yeah. I never thought about that. For some reasons, I thought you had to first dig down through all of the solid bedrock, then you need to go down 648 meters, but you don't. You really don't. Just do a little hole. Just do a little hole. Man, this is, just to shut them down, then you're right, and no one can complain about it anymore. I think it would be, yeah, I think it would be worth it. But that's that. Thank you very much, the Lemon people. Easy explanation. These are dampening springs to compensate for earthquakes, ground shifting, and keep the pyramid structural. Yeah, I mean, at this point, it doesn't look like a spring, doesn't it? Maybe they go like, maybe they go like this. Who knows? Who knows? Very good. Very cool. How are you guys doing on Twitch? A little bit, exactly, Bestia. I'm not asking them to do a massive project of digging, sending 50 people down there, creating a whole discussion. No. You just need a little bit. You just need a little. at it this way. If they don't want to put a hole, I get inside the pyramid. But it's not like the inside of the pyramid is going to be in perfect conditions everywhere. You can find a part that is not as important. Maybe doesn't have, there are no hieroglyphics around. Well, then again, hieroglyphics in pyramids kind of depends on the situation. Whatever. You know what I mean? I think it's doable. I honestly think it's doable. And what if they are pylons? Maybe you dig, and then the split second you do, you hear, you must construct additional pylons. What if you hear that? Man, you're going to rewrite the books right there. Yeah. You think you have propulsion, so the pyramid is a UFO can fly into space. Yeah, it could be nice. You can come at it. If they want to say, no, we are not going to drill a hole through this, even if it's 30 centimeters, fine. Go it this way. Dig through the sand. I don't know up to what point the dig through whatever the heck. Boom. And then you're here. That's also doable, in my opinion. Maybe that one would be a little more work intensive, but I really think, imagine the press, imagine the cover. Yeah. If I was in charge, I would have done it already. But I'm not in charge, guys. I'm not in charge. Because you know who is in charge, guys? Who's in charge, guys?
The reptilians and the Greys
are in charge. Just don't forget that. Just making sure you know. Am I a pro? Yeah, absolutely. I'm a Protoss player. I can give you that much. I can tell you that much. All right, let's go.
So for all the guys out there who are like, yeah, but we looked at this thing and you were wrong. I admit it. I have been wrong. This is what science is.
Good.
We test, we get wrong, we go to the field, it happens. We own it, we write papers about it, and then we keep pushing ahead. That's good science.
Yeah, I agree.
But to do something and then almost willfully misinterpret it, like I could get any satellite imagery to look almost any way I wanted with enough manipulation. I am that good at it. And it scares me because that's why I'm so careful. I never misinterpret.
Okay.
Because you calculate things with the software, with weighing pixels, with, oh, well, you don't see anything there, but trust me, it's there, right? Because it's the guise of the expert. So that's what I think that's what these guys, they've done. They've willfully misinterpreted the data. And the satellite imagery, like SAR data can't see through rock, period. The end.
So what about the new technique, though? Because I agree with her up to this point. But when she makes the categorical statement, SAR data cannot see through rock, we go back to the same round question. What about this new technique, though? Do you understand the new technique? That is a fair question. And even Joe Rogan kind of pushed Zaki a lot on this. And I think that was a fair... And again, I'm the guy who thinks that Corrado Malanga is full of it and that May is full of it. But we have to steelman the opposition's argument in order to properly debunk it. It feels a little bit in this situation. I just agreed with the professor, but I also feels that she's willfully ignoring the fact that Filippo Biondi, man, I must have watched 7 hours worth of content of Filippo Biondi and these other guys speaking, maybe more by the point, probably 9 hours. And he says it's a different technique. He says it's a different technique. So at this point, one side says it works. She says it doesn't work. Well, how about we test it? Again, that's what I think is that we should do. Lemon people, thank you. Kind of looks like a high sea gas rig, but on land. It does, actually. Yeah, you're right. I think what it looks like can also have to do with pareidolia. I don't know if you guys are aware, but just for those of you who are not familiar with the word, let me show it, because it's always good to learn. Pareidolia. Let me give you the definition. So, pareidolia is the psychological tendency to perceive specific meaningful patterns, such as faces or other recognizable objects, in random or ambiguous stimuli, like clouds, rock formation, or even inanimate objects. It's a common phenomenon when the human mind tries to find patterns and significance in random noise. So it is absolutely true that this happens particularly with faces because we are kind of hardwired to see faces. That's why we see faces here. You see, have you ever seen, like, I can't stop seeing a face in the American, because now I live in America, as you know, and whenever I see the American outlets, American outlet home, I just see a face. And it's funny because it's a scared face. it almost makes me feel bad. Like, I don't want to connect anything. Like, anytime I connect something, I feel like I have to apologize. I'm like, I'm so sorry. It's fine. It's not going to hurt you. It's not going to hurt you. Okay? So I do see a face, and it's a scared face. So there is that. Then, of course, sometimes the trees, like, we just see it. And the reason why we see it, the reason why we see these faces is because it's advantageous from our survival. Like, if we can recognize a possible face, we could recognize a possible predator. So if we can see it, it's better to see something that is in there, and then you're like, it's not a face, big deal, than a situation where you don't recognize the face because there is some foliage, because there is a bush, because there is a similar color, or maybe there is something that is similar, kind of camouflage, if you will, and then you don't recognize it because your brain is not hardwired, right? Imagine for a moment for an alternative biological situation, and then it was a predator, and now you're dead. I think it makes sense that we do suffer from pareidolia. We have to consider it as a possibility. And this is probably what happened with the face on Mars, right? The famous face of Mars, which I believe was a case of pareidolia. Face on Mars. It was compelling, though. The first time I saw it, because again, I'm someone who wants to find the aliens. So when you see this, you're like, oh gosh, goodness gracious. But then when they got better images, it really didn't look like a face anymore. This is the higher resolution version of this. So this does look like a face. This not really anymore. If it was looking like this, even after the higher resolution image was shown, then it would have to be investigated, because it would not only it would present incredible questions that I find to be fascinating. Who did it? Were humans there? Maybe, but freaking, who knows when? Were we already a multiplanetary civilization, or are aliens humanoid to the point that we can recognize a similar face? Like, this would present so many intriguing questions, but unfortunately high resolution kind of removed that, at least for now. Now, since like it appears the fact that Elon Musk is fully focused on creating the first colony on Mars, and I swear if he calls it X, I swear the first colony is called X. Anyways, maybe we'll go and see at this point. I mean, I hope we will. But pareidolia is something that needs to be considered. In fact, to me, as a religious man, I think when people see Jesus in coffee, I think it's pareidolia. Because I don't see why if you're a person of faith, if you're not a person of faith, I appreciate that. I respect you. But I am a person of faith. So from the point of view of a person of faith, why does the most powerful entity in the entirety of the universe, with the power of using his voice to create and organize matter into living things and planets and galaxies, needs to use the foam of in your macchiato coffee? What happens? Like, are we saying that if you chose a black coffee, he couldn't have manifested himself to you? Like, I don't believe that. I don't believe that Jesus needs to use foam in order to connect to his creations, but that's just me. Now, Robert Renato does present an interesting idea. He says it's because God has a sense of humor, you say. That's funny. That's a good way to see it, but still, I kind of still think that it's a case of pareidolia. So pareidolia is a thing, guys. Pareidolia is a thing, and we have to acknowledge it, just like. And I agreed with Flint Dibble when he said we all have bias and we need to acknowledge the bias. I would like to expand on the fact that once we do acknowledge that we have bias, we should also work to limit it. It's impossible to remove all forms of bias, but it is possible to try and recognize and catch yourself and say, wait, this may be a situation of selective bias, so let me not dismiss all counter evidence to the point that I would like to be true, because it's absolutely fine to have a desire towards one direction or the other. Sometimes you won't, sometimes you will. And when you do, it's important to recognize that. So yes, we all have bias. We can also work, because if we have a 45% bias and we reduce it to 22%, it's a Valentine says, a face on Mars still looks like a face. Yeah, but not as compelling. You're going to give me that. Not as compelling. Okay, you may still be able to see it, but it's not as compelling now. It would have been a lot more compelling if I could see lips and a nose and the actual arcs, yeah. Cappuccino Tron, that's possible. Yeah. So, yeah, that's where we are right now. And interesting discussion. Let me have a look. So, yeah, we're kind of halfway through. So let me check a little. It's a very long one. So I'm just going to check one last thing right now, a little bit, and then we'll probably have to come back to this. Methodological problems. So let me see a little bit of methodological problems. Then we switch to members for 30 minutes. Then we remove and we reopen to everyone again. Do keep in mind that during the member part, oftentimes there are members gifted, and these gifts are given randomly among the people watching. So if you keep watching even during the member part, there is a chance, pretty high chance in fact, that you might become a member for free.
It does not work.
This is the article you sent me actually over WhatsApp before I did my live stream. And so, yeah, so one of the things I learned from reading this is that SAR has been around since the 80s. It's a really well-established method. It doesn't penetrate more than 2 meters, really, and especially with rock and other things like that, which, as we know, the Giza Plateau is right on bedrock. So, it's like it can't penetrate. So this is their explanation. I want to know what you think. This was what I saw on Twitter just today. Let's go. One of the guys who's been communicating a lot of this. And what he says is he's seen a lot of social media critique that SAR does not go deeper than 2 meters. And he's like, that's correct. But what they're doing is they're actually recording the resonance, the acoustics that actually exist in the rock to be able to detect voids and other features.
Specifically, the vibrations. That's what they said in the conference.
And so here, let's listen to a member of the team rather than this social media guy who's been rah-rahing them on. And let me see what you think about...
I see Flint doesn't like Jay. I imagine Jay doesn't like Flint. So, yeah.
About what she says. I think it's auto-translated from Italian, but...
Part of the Kefren research project, Dr. Armando Mai, Professor Filippo Biondi, and Professor Corrado Malanga have invited both Italian and international press to a special conference, held both in person and online, to reveal the results of an innovative and groundbreaking study that has redefined...
Mr. Flint, if you need translation from Italian, I can do definitely a better job. So there is that.
In the boundaries of satellite data analysis and archaeological exploration. During the press conference, for the first time ever, structures believed to correspond to the legendary halls of Amenti will be revealed.
For instance, she didn't say revealed, she said they will be shown. I know it's a little thing, but they may add up. Right? So that's why I'm saying saranno mostrate. The verb mostrare means to display or to show. That's what mostrare means, and I think show is the best one here. So she said that this will be shown. I understand that with reveal, it's AI. I understand that reveal is similar, but reveal does have kind of a deeper implication to it. So then imagine, and this is just an example, but I want to speak as a linguist now for a moment. Imagine if they now wanted to discuss, and he decided to take the line of argumentation based on, so they're going to reveal it in the sense that they have knowledge that other people don't have. Is that what they're trying to say? And this would be entirely built on nothing, because she did not say reveal. Now, I think she's full of it. Sorry. She was the presenter during the conference, and some of the stuff she said was, and then again, she spoke, then there was a massive reptilian image on screen, then they showed the stargates. It's not like that I'm on her side, but Flint Dibble, if you need someone to interpret the Italian, I'm happy to provide, because as someone who has put 20 years of his life into correct translation and interpretation of languages, and I've been a communicator when it comes to that, I can tell you this word, another word, wrong verb, wrong adjective, you're not going to be able to do a good comeback if the words are not precisely translated. I'm happy to offer that for free. No need to mention either.
Using synthetic aperture radar, SAR, technology, Combined with the new Doppler tomography methodology, the research team has made a series of unprecedented discoveries, located precisely beneath the Giza Plateau. This technological innovation involves converting photonic radar information into phononic signals, vibrational data within the acoustic band, thus enabling the exploration of deeply buried structures beneath the Earth's surface.
Okay, let's have a look.
So, from what
Hold on
I
a second. Hold on a
understand-
second. Wait, I need to capture some information from the vibrational forces to see voids. Hold on, wait. Hold on.
This is a little silly, though. I do know that they are what they are. I mean, the conference wasn't great. But if you make fun of it, I've made fun a little bit. I've done it too. But making fun of it doesn't really answer anything. So, I mean, you do your little show, and then we actually see what they have to say about that. Because it is a good position it is a good counter argument to say, but the one that Jay Anderson presented, whether you agree with him or not, to say, yes, but they're using vibrations. Let's see.
Thank you. Sorry, I just had to. Yeah, I had to. Yeah, that's real interesting.
You know, we should splice in the clip of Graham Hancock saying how they moved the stones with resonance by moving. This is a real common theme in a lot of pseudosciences. There's these vibrations that sometimes can be unlocked in different ways, and in this case,
there's some vibrations that can be unlocked. There's a website in California that has a range of vibrational tools. I think some more people need to use them. I'm going to get into so much trouble.
So I mean, is this a method that has been demonstrated in any successful way archaeologically?
Archaeologically, sorry, different. It's the X band. It's the XXX band anyway.
Oh my gosh, I'm waiting for them to... Yeah, she's a little smug, I'll give you that. But I'm waiting for the answer, because the question was actually good. Flint Dibble, I don't know what's in this thing, to be honest, at this point. I don't know, I thought it was water. I've got some water here. I don't know if this is water. Whatever. But the thing appealed to ridicule pretty much. But yeah, the question was good. The question, you know how I'm always going to be trying to be a fair assessing, whatever. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this section, but whatever. I'm still going to be fair in the assessment. Right, he asked, has this technique ever been used successfully in archaeology? Let's see.
I nearly got spit on your screen. Yes, achievement unlocked. I mean, it's like they were stacking all these words together, and like individually, maybe each individual thing works in its own way, like sonar, right? Like we know sonar can work beneath the water, and again, that's a separate field, and it's complicated and requires.
Yeah, Buffo77, I agree with you. Mockery is a little, it's quite unprofessional up to this point. But hey, I'm a good sport. I can have a good laugh with people, but you got to give me the information after, because if you leave it at that, then I'm gonna have a problem with you. You know what I mean? But if you want to do your jokes, your platform, not a problem. We can laugh. Yeah, I'll have a nice drink of San Pellegrino, but give me the freaking answer.
Requires a lot of scientific knowledge, like all these things together. You know, SAR measuring the vibrations. What vibrations? Where?
Yeah, they claim that different rocks vibrate in different ways, and somehow when you beam this radar off of it, it's able, from different angles, it's able to detect this different acoustic vibration, but not just on the surface or right within the area the radar bounces back from, but somehow from 2 kilometers down. So this is,
full disclosure, I'm a geologist, clearly, but also my business is rocks in part. So I've taken geology classes. We have a project geologist that works with us in Egypt. I collaborate with geologists.
Heather does have a good point. They would have definitely mocked Tesla. Yeah, you know what's interesting is if someone says that these different materials vibrate differently, and then they can detect that through sound, and then they can map accurately whatever area, geological area or artificial structure, by reading these and using an interpretation of decoding method and whatnot. rather than, yeah, we can make a couple of jokes, but after that, I would ask, okay, has it worked? What tests do we have? Like right now, I would have already been inside no one is comparing Malanga with Tesla. No one is considering Malanga in any way, shape, or form here. We're talking about Filippo Biondi. Because if we were going to talk about Malanga, I would have gone already my alien voice again. So no one is talking Malanga here, but we're talking about what Filippo Biondi claims in this situation. And so what I would have asked, I would have already gone into the section where we discussed, okay, if you laugh and you say it's nonsense, which it could be, it could very well be nonsense. But if it is nonsense, then can we look at the Gran Sasso d'Italia and the laboratory, and can we discuss, because I want to hear a professional, okay, who tells me why that's impossible, and so how did they do it then? Like, I want to know that. I want to know the interference with water. I want to know why the depth matters. I want to know about the density of different geological sectors. Like, I want to know that, because if I want to laugh, there are much better comedians on the internet. So, yeah.
Just, I don't know about rocks. You have to know about rocks, generally speaking, to be in geology. And I've certainly been at Giza, where tours come in, energy tours.
Right.
And people will go into the King's Chamber. And it's actually, it's really cool. Like, I've meditated in there while singing. Believe that it will, I don't know, connect me to the
Yeah, the woo part, we know. That's Armando May and Malanga. What about the technique?
Academic peer-reviewed studies that look at resonance and its impact on brainwaves. Like, I tranced at a temple in India. It was amazing. Again, I don't think it's crazy or otherworldly or connected to aliens. Like, it has to do with how ancient people interacted with acoustics.
Right.
For sure. There's lots of
amazing
studies.
Right. So I want to acknowledge that, because that's important, because that type of resonance is super important for understanding ritual and religion and song and ancient practices. So I've been in the King's Chamber at Giza, where people have come in, and it's been really cool. And sometimes I go with my team members. I have an okay voice. Some of our team members can sing really well, and we try to harmonize because it's beautiful. Okay. But like, that's not this. Like, you touch stone and it's stone. Like, that's saying that the stone is vibrating.
What's even more crazy, let's go back to that big long tweet by Jay Anderson, is they claim that the Giza Plateau is unique for this. It's perfect for detecting this resonance. Why? Because it has limestone and granite there. And I'm just thinking to myself, man, landscapes all over the world have limestone. Maybe. Yeah,
I can't answer this because now they're talking about what Jay Anderson said, but Jay Anderson is not here to defend himself, so I don't know. And I didn't hear him say it. If I had heard him say, I would have said, yeah, Flint Dibble has a point. But I don't know if he said that. He said it's written here, contains high quartz content. Okay. You know why I'm saying this? Because on Professor Dave's video, the one I reacted to, at one point he was talking about, I think, Jimmy Corsetti, and he said that Jimmy Corsetti made a lot of racist tweets. And of course, at that point, I'm like, okay. And then he shows a lot of tweets for 2 seconds on screen, and then he moves on. Then I stop, because now an accusation has been made. So I reversed. I have this in video, by the way. I reversed. I went back to the screen. There was not one. There were some despicable tweets. Okay, I do think that Jimmy Corsetti, he's been very nice to me, but sometimes when they go into these feuds, he writes like an asshole. Not a racist, though. I mean, racist is a very specific accusation, which is why, at that point, Professor Dave lost 500 points with me. Because, excuse me, if you say that this individual, Jimmy Corsetti, makes a lot of racist, well, show one. You show a lot of tweets. None of those were racist in any way, shape, or form. I read them from the first letter to the last letter. Nothing. So I'm applying the same situation here, the same scrutiny here, because where does he say it? Ideal condition. Okay, so in other words, Giza's geology and construction create the ideal conditions for deep mechanical resonance to couple into surface level oscillations, making them detectable by SAR. Okay, so apart from the fact that I don't understand the technical language in this situation, but then again, he's saying Giza geology and construction. So he's also talking about the structures, not just the limestone. So by the way Flint Dibble just addressed it now, it sounds like, well, what is he saying? Giza Plateau, because it has limestone, is special, but there is limestone everywhere. Now I see it as a straw man, because if that was the statement, then I would agree with Flint Dibble. But he also says the construction. So he's saying that what Jay Anderson is saying, not that I'm agreeing with Jay Anderson, I'm just trying to give the man a fair representation of his point. I'm still manning. I'm doing what Flint Dibble should have done. You see where I'm going with this? JD as well, saying, yep, yeah. You see where I'm going? You still man your opponent's argument. You make sure that it's 100% correctly represented, and then you dismantle it. Here, they are saying two different things. If you add the construction, it means it's the and you don't have pyramids all over the world when there is limestone. You know, we need to be precise in the way we address other people, our intellectual opponent and their position, because otherwise you build a straw man, and a straw man is a logical fallacy, and then I don't know about your method. If you know where I'm going with this. Hi there. Oh, okay. No. We are here. We're having a good time. We're reviewing a lot of stuff. We're really talking about a lot of things.
Oh, yeah.
I do want to show this, and
yes.
then you can talk to chat a little bit. Dave Ross, thank you so much for supporting the stream. The answer is in the book. Doppler tomography is what they use when they do ultrasounds of my new daughter. Oh, is it? So it's similar to that. I understand. Your approach is great. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And hello to the wife. Hello to the wife. We're gonna have a little bit of
Sir Nicholas. Hello.
Yeah. Here is Twitch.
Daniel Edwards. Hello.
Here is Twitch.
I look really bad today, so I'm gonna be like, what's her name? Sarah Bedlam. I always forget her name.
Yeah.
Just for you.
Oh, thank you. I got a cheese, guys. I got a cheese. She's the cheese bringer. Remember? Every live stream, I'm getting cheese.
Hey, Crimson Rush. Hello. Dreamheart Cat. Winter Sun Z.
Cheese, Robert.
Cheese.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna eat the cheese.
What is that one right there?
Tomichico.
Tomichico. Hello. Hello, everybody. Heather.
Sorry.
WP. Andrew. Oh.
It's okay. Oh, don't worry about it. I'll get it.
You got it?
Oh, no, I'll get it.
Yeah. Don't hit your light.
No.
It's okay. Just get it later. Just make sure you don't run over it.
No.
So it doesn't.
Sorry.
It's fine. Hello, everybody. Cheese makes the world go round. Yes, it does. It's Cheddar-tron. That's a fun one. How's it going tonight? Are you talking about a lot of stuff? You're having a good time?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, sorry. With the cheese account? Yeah. Yeah, it feeds the carpet too, yeah.
I just want to be careful if the dogs come in. We need to make sure they don't get to the wax.
Yeah.
Because I think they
well,
would
they're
eat
not
it.
allowed in because we have the other stuff.
You're correct,
Do I like Radagast? Yeah, like in Lord of the Rings. Yeah, I do. He's he's a bit crazy.
Thank you, the lemon people. Forget steel manning. You need to start iron manning. But oh no, I know exactly what you mean. And no. So listen, I'm gonna leave you with a wife for a second. She's gonna take my place because I need to use the restroom.
Oh,
all right.
My goodness,
so
I look awful.
Oh, you look great.
I just washed my hair and everything.
Yeah, you look gorgeous. Well, you can stand. You don't have to sit here.
I'll sit.
But guys, I'll be right back.
I don't look very good today, guys. Thank you.
I can have my phone, please.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'll be right back.
Oh, yay. Oh, my gosh. Not a wife. Okay. Hello, everybody. I don't look very good today. I'm really sorry, guys. I Hello. Chat, yeah. I don't know, what can I say? I like the brand. Hello everybody. Oh. Can y'all hear me? Someone said, oh, lost the mic. Okay, wait. I don't know how to fix it. idea. Did that fix it? Someone, oh, it says it's gone again. Okay. Is it on now? Okay, wait. People are saying yes, and then people are saying no. Okay, it's good. Oh, okay, good now. Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, I actually popped into the stream before I got in the shower, and I was hearing Raph say that he needed to get a new cable, so he's gonna get a new cable. Okay, don't touch it anymore. I won't touch it anymore. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Talk pyramids. Oh my gosh, I know nothing. I don't know nothing about birthing no babies. I don't know anything about the pyramids. I know that I like them. I think they're really cool. I love mythology of all pantheons. So like Egyptian mythology is amazing. I'm obsessed with it. I think it's great. Egyptian mythology is one of my absolute favorites. And like I would love to go to Egypt and everything because I think it's so cool, but I don't know if I would ever be able to. Simplify it, talk triangles. I mean, I love the mysteries and I love like Egyptology and everything for sure. I would absolutely not like, you know how people go to Egypt and they like mess around in the tombs and they like mess around and find out? I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that because who knows what's down there.
Yeah, mummy.
Yeah. Or like Osiris. If Osiris like cursed it or something, I don't know. I love Norse mythology as well. I think all pantheons are great. In Norse mythology, I love Ratatask. He's amazing. The little squirrel that protects, like it guards. What is the tree's name? Yggdrasil.
See, yeah. Yggdrasil, if you want to say it in Old Norse.
Yggdrasil. Oh, I can't do a.
That's okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Kermit the Frog. Oh, is that my phone?
Yes.
Oh, it's all right.
Yeah.
Thank you. I got a notification from Target. Let's see. It isn't easy being green. Yeah.
It isn't easy being green. I love that.
Meta was talking about the big boss of the pyramid, so no trip to Egypt. Oh yeah, unfortunately not. I would love to go to Egypt, but just you don't know. Apparently the mic went out again.
Oh no, yeah, I know it's been happening. Let's see about. Oh, now it works though.
Oh,
yeah, I've
okay.
had problems with the cable, and I think I need to buy a new cable.
Okay, we can get a new cable.
Yeah, because if you move the mic, it's gonna.
Oh, Kermit on Omegle. Oh yeah, that'd be so funny. He did order that Kermit like puppet.
Yeah, I did.
Thing, and it should be coming in soon. So like he did do it.
Yeah, I actually showed them because I made a post. I'll show them in a minute.
That's funny. Careful with. Oh yeah, they do end up everywhere. The cheese things, man. There's a lot of people watching tonight.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
This is so fun.
Yeah.
Justice for okay. The sarcophagus are ancient alien cryo chambers. Yeah, sounds about right. Oh, I did spill the beans. The chat knows all of your secrets now.
Like, what did you say? I see. I'm still looking for that freaking. I don't know. It went into a vortex, probably 648 meters under the ground, guys.
Because you know how you get that? It's 1 plus 3 plus 7, and you turn it upside down.
Yeah.
And then you divide by 3.5, and then times it by 10, and then get the coefficient of the of pi, and then there's your answer. Bob's your uncle.
Answer, and we have
a
force of a menti.
I know this is for you, not me. I was gonna answer it, but thank you, the lemon people. Thank you so much for the donation.
Metatron, Sekhmet or Freya? I don't know, man. I'll have to review both. Sekhmet or Freya? Freya probably.
Freya for me.
Yeah, probably Freya, but I'll have to review all of the details. Yeah, I love pie too.
That's me.
Yeah, I call her pie. So
That's funny.
yeah.
Oh yeah, forgot to carry the one. Sorry, Andrew. You're absolutely right.
Yeah. Careful, you might.
And don't forget to show your work. You're getting to see why Dan.
Then the dunking is a channel.
Oh, debunking.
Yeah,
I
the
would have
dunking.
read that debunking, 100%.
No, the dunking is the guy with a beard. I don't think you've seen him.
Thank
Very cool
you,
guy.
Yogi dude. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Hai intenzione di imparare l'italiano?
Yeah. Sfrutta.
Sfrutta.
Yeah. So yeah, he's asking if you're considering learning Italian, but she's learning Italian already.
Sì.
Yeah. Sfrutta means exploit. I guess what they meant to say is like make use of this opportunity. I wouldn't say it like that, but still cool. The rest was perfect Italian, anyways.
Pecan pie, apple pie, cherry pie. My favorite kind of pie, I think, is like.
Maybe cherry among those.
I love cherry pie. Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to have like a fixation on cherry pie. I don't know why. When I was a kid, like I liked it a lot. I love a good cheesecake, but maybe now like a good like key lime pie or lemon pie or
yeah.
something. Yeah.
For sure.
You're not the Metatron. Have you spread your wings? You want me to see? You wanna? Oh, I do love shepherd's pie. Lemon meringue. Absolutely. I don't want to mess it up.
With a mic, you can go back.
Okay.
Yeah, you can go back. I don't have the thing.
Okay. Bye, chat. Bye, everybody. I hope you're having a great night. It's been good talking to you. Raspberry pie is excellent. Look at you. Yes, it's really good. Okay.
Thank you.
She's my cherry pie.
Do you have enough
I think so.
room?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, now we go from the more charming to the less charming, so it's gonna feel a little bit like a downgrade, guys.
Bye, everybody. Bye. Saint Sir Nicholas, Andrew, Sean.
Yeah, Yogi Guide, it's a better
I've never had a meat pie. I really haven't. I would like to have one.
meat pie. Like shepherd's pie.
Oh, well, I have had shepherd's
Yeah.
pie. But I was talking about like the small ones that you
Oh,
can get.
I see,
Because
yeah.
what is it?
Tomichico.
Tomichico. I haven't had a meat pie. Bye.
Sound dropped out, but it's still here now, so it's good. We have had problems with it. Chicken pot pie.
Oh, I love chicken pot pie. A pizza pie.
Pizza pie.
Yeah.
So what is Metatron's opinion on Flint Dibble? We are building on it. I need to watch a few videos,
Oh
mate.
my goodness.
Because I don't do what my haters do to me, that they form an opinion just by watching a freaking thumbnail, looking at a thumbnail. I'm trying to watch and watch and watch. Right now, I just saw him build a strawman, so I did not like that. But then again, maybe it was accidental. I'm always trying to be charitable, but I have to watch more. Probably tomorrow or another day, unless tomorrow we talk about something else. Now we need to go into the 30 minutes for the members, by the way. So we're going to do that.
Oh my gosh, and don't forget, you guys, tomorrow is members only live stream.
Yeah, it's during members only live stream. I still have situations in which the whole chat is open.
Yes.
We start with an open chat, then we go into members, we stay into members, switch back to open chat, but then go back to members. So Friday is very focused on members. When it comes to, I just wanted to see one thing. So yeah, still doing great.
Yeah, but thank you for everybody that has joined during this live. Thank you for everybody that's donated or joined.
Yeah.
Really appreciate it.
Really appreciate it. So now we're going to jump into members, and we're going to begin by focusing on chat and seeing what the chat has to say.
Yeah.
If you guys have questions, we'll do that. And then we'll switch into playing a little bit, because I like playing games while I read chat and talk to you guys. I think we can choose a nice game.
Oh, I think you got rid of.
No, I didn't.
YouTube
It's still,
chat.
no, it's still here. It's still
Oh,
here.
okay.
It's here, yeah. So I'm just going to move it over here so we can see both.
See, very good.
There we
Because you're
go.
really close to 400. Oh,
No. We
you're really
reached
close to 500.
Yeah,
almost,
because
yeah.
we hit today, we hit 452 members. So it's possible that during that now more people will join. I hope so. And because sometimes we do have the fantastic supporters here
Oh,
gifting
yeah, absolutely.
memberships. I always appreciate that. So guys, we do the usual game. We're going to switch to members only chat
The road to 500.
in 5 seconds. And let's see who's going to leave the last. One moment. Let me do it from here.
Can I
Let's see
count
who's
down
going
in-
to
can I
leave.
count
Of
down
course
in
you can.
Italian?
Yeah, sure. Just
All right.
1 second. I need to
Sei
be...
pronto?
See. All right, guys. Who's going to manage to slip in the last chat? That is
va
great.
bene, everybody. A tutti.
Yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Boom. Who was the last one?
It's funny why tomatoes are fruit.
Yeah. Okay, so the winner is Por favor. I'm going to have to show it. 1 second. So, por favor.
Proof 67.
Yeah,
I'm a member.
por favor, congratulations for Augustus. That's a nice one to add. And for those of you who are following on Twitch, I'm still going to read the Twitch chat, but I'm going to give priority and focus to members now. I also have a few super chats. And let me see. Your stream cord is broke. I don't know what that means. Nicholas? Stream? Is the stream fine right now? Yeah, the stream seems to be okay. I don't know what that is. Yeah, the lemon, thank you. I'm bailing. Great show. Arrivederci. Arrivederci. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your support. Greg, good to have you here. You guys, approfitta sarebbe take advantage of. Yes, but it can also be like a little bit of an exploit or make use of a situation. Like if you're in a situation, you can approfittare, which could be like, but since you're there, you might as well learn the language. You can say approfittare in that case. So, guys.
Careful of the mic.
Welcome to the inner circle. Yeah, I know.
Welcome to the inner circle. You gotta put it on the monster voice.
You're right. I'll do it now. But remember, the moment I click, even any background noise becomes monster. So there is that. And I need to do it from this. All right.
Welcome to the inner circle.
That's always fun to do.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Like officially, bye-bye.
Take care.
Okay.
Take care. What do you think about David using a staff sling against Goliath? Yeah, who knows? Right? It's represented in a lot of medieval art as well. Have you ever seen the medieval representation of that? Like in the Morgan Bible, for instance? That's a nice one to see. Thank you so much, Crimson, on Twitch. Appreciate that. The Lumi Muppets. Ooh, that's a good one. Sorry, Andrew. I didn't read it fast enough. So that's nice. No, I worship him, Benjamin, so I can't be him. But yeah, hello entitled ones, very nice. Member gang, we're here, we're having a good time. And so guys, I'm actually considering, after we chat for a little bit now, I think I'm going to need more sessions to form a complete opinion on Flint Dibble. But of course, as I say, I'm always open for discussion. I wanted to find a good background. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to create a nice background now. And it will take me 2 seconds because I actually have it. Give me 1 moment. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, no, maybe this one is not bad. Let me see. Not perfect, but not bad. I think I'll go for this one right now. You'll see what I'm talking about in a second. Okay. There we go. So then we have a background that doesn't confuse us for a little bit. Also reminiscent of Joe Rogan, I guess. Did you see that he actually made another episode? But this time they are talking about, like, he has a new guest, Andrew something. But then at one point he talks about Zahi Hawass again. So I might react. It's most likely a slight break in the US. Yeah, because I mean they Okay, sorry about that. I'll have to fix it. I really have to fix it because I mean I stream a lot, so I need this to be working. Could you imagine? Yeah, the Metatron, exactly, Andrew. Could you imagine, like, if this happens while I do a filming session and I film for like 25 minutes without noticing? I would have to have that literally in front of me so I can see, because luckily, as you see if I just share this. Luckily, I can see it immediately here. In fact, I might even leave this here for now, if it doesn't bother you, because I can actually see the audio input, and we know for a fact that I didn't get muted. So, I mean, this is a possibility. And at the same time, I can show you a little bit about this. Have you ever seen, I don't know if you guys are into, let me see, you sometimes spray little rubbing alcohol in the ports to clean them out. I could try that, Wonder. Thank you. But I don't know if you've ever seen how OBS works, if you have been thinking about starting your own streaming, or you just want to film videos, and you can create scenes. And these are pretty nice because just with a click, I can switch between different camera angles if I want to. Right now, I don't have that set up, but you could do that. And another thing that you can do, like imagine that I want to start the stream, but I'm not ready. I can do this. Okay, so that's one thing. If I need to go and pick something up and I don't want to leave you with the chair, I can click be right back. Of course, right now we are in the top right, and the top right is organized with the audio input, but also at the moment I'm doing display capture, so you see everything I see. But when I play video games, I use game capture and disable display capture, because this way, if at one point I'm playing the video game, right, but then I need to alt tab, then people don't see my Facebook, for instance, which could be personal. So I usually, when I play games, unless I can't, because there are games that give me trouble, but the majority of games work with game capture. And then of course I can just switch to full screen. That's how I do it, and it's immediate. And if you notice, it has a little fade that's selected here, scene transition fade, and also you can choose the duration. And yeah, I know you like the Metatron. That's why, Daniel, good to see you, by the way. I saw you earlier. Yeah, that's why I usually don't use the be right back anymore. Then you see I have a composite. I use the composite generally only in my gaming streams. So usually it's Twitch people that see the composite. And the way I do that is that I sound is gone. Hello? 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 Back. Okay, sorry. Maybe this one I need to review. In fact, let me do it now. Give me 1 second. Okay, never mind. Let's not use that one for now, because that one needs to be checked. Not a problem. But anyways, OBS is great. The mic has been giving me problem, but it never did. So I'll fix them. It's not a big problem. Anyways, back to you guys. Thank you, by the way, to letting me know. I appreciate that. So the screen at the moment, I think I know what it is that I need to tell it again that it needs to use this microphone. I think that's what it is, but I don't want to mess with it right now. I'll check it when I'm offline. Thank you, Sean, for supporting the stream. What is the radar that Dr. Hawass initially dismissed as being unscientific and then claimed that he uses every day on the Rogan show? Is this what he uses to see the apparent cursive hieroglyphs? No, not the hieroglyphs. He didn't say he needed any radar to see the hieroglyphs, but he did say that he uses, I think he says he uses, yeah, he said radar. Does he mean the SAR technology, but not the acoustic one like the Kevin Project people say, or no? I'm not sure. Can you hear me? Hello, hello, is there anybody in here? I hope you can hear me, guys, because up to this point this was working. So, and it's weird though, because I do see the input, so I see that it's picking up. So do let me know. Good. Okay, good. Sorry about that, man. I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to edit that out if I turn any section of the stream into an extract for both clips and for the channel for a video. I'm gonna have to edit all those parts out, man. It's gonna be annoying, but hey, that's fine. It's part of being a YouTuber, right? Yeah, all the purple one, and I think I know why. I just need to tell it again which is a shame. No, it will work. I can fix it. I know exactly how to. Yeah, you like the purple one. No, I know how to fix it. It's just I don't want to do it online because I don't want to bore you to death. But I'll fix it. It's not a problem because I had the same problem. It all got muted the other day with these as well, and I had to manually re-import the audio input, and then it worked. So that's what I would have to do. I would have to go to Composite, delete the current audio, create a new one, and 100% it's gonna fix it. So I'll do it tonight when I go live on Twitch. We play a little bit of games. You'll see that it works. Thank you, Reuben. Thoughts on Christopher Hitchens? Yeah, Christopher Hitchens is a skilled debater, but I disagree. Obviously, I disagree with his positions on religion, if it's the one that I think you mean, and sometimes with his rhetoric as well. But yeah, it's the color of the wind of death magic. Really, pretty cool. Purple. Pro Streamatron. Well, wall camping, I'm still working. I'm still figuring it out because I wish I started streaming earlier because I'm having a great time both with the games and interacting with chat and reading articles and watching videos, because the streams you can do a lot of different things, and I'm having a good time. I just hope I had started earlier, but I'm always like that. I'm a little bit of it takes me a while to figure things out. Hyperspace, thank you for supporting the stream. Appreciate that. Oh, Pink Floyd reference, I see. That's true, actually, the human mages. Aren't they divided by color in Warhammer or something like that? So, guys, I was saying, for tonight, when we're going to play a little bit, because I do want to play a bit, I kind of want to try again Heroes, because yesterday I got destroyed. And it did not go well, did it? This did not go well yesterday night, my friends. So I gotta need a vengeance. Revenge. So I'm considering. For the Empire. Yeah, always for the Empire. Do you know anything about the Coral Castle in Miami, Florida? No, I don't, Mr. Wolf. But it's good to see you back. It's nice to see all the members back. Buffo for the Empire, absolutely. You tie a rock to a stick and spin it. Then you end up with a aerospace level precision. Flint Dibble, did he say that? I heard of Galnerius. If not, do check out Angel of Salvation. It's a pretty epic song. Ooh, I'll have to check it out. Thank you, Kwang, for the suggestion. Very cool. Very cool. Man, you mentioned Tetris. I love Tetris. I still have my Game Boy, original Game Boy, fully functioning with Tetris. Like right now, Tetris is the game that is inserted. I got a few games, but that one is the one that is in there. I always choose the music B. Do I listen to any Warhammer themed music? No, I don't think I ever have. Also because whenever we play Warhammer tabletop, I usually just put epic metal or heavy metal for music. Ooh, I know how to fix this. You learn how to fix stuff when you do something a lot. First time that happened, I think it's a RAM or a memory problem with the browser. But whenever that happens, the first time it happened, I panicked. I'm like, ooh, what happened with the stream? Now I know. I just select this and push enter. Like literally. It's one of those things, isn't it, Cortova? Good to see you here. Camping says Heroes 3 is my first game I bought myself, really. You know, one thing I would love to do is to build a old computer, because I already have computers, but they're from the 80s. I have 3 computers from the 80s fully function. 4, sorry. But I would like to have a computer from the 90s to remember the times when I was playing Diablo 1, Diablo 2, when I was playing Heroes. So what machine would I need to recreate? Because Heroes of Might and Magic came out in 1999, right? So what did you have? What Windows would it be? Because it was already the time of CD-ROMs, maybe, because XP is from 2001. So you say 486 or a Pentium. Yeah, Legato, I do remember 486. I didn't have one, but my neighbor did. I didn't have much money growing up, so the only computer that I could afford was an Amiga for a long time, because Amiga 500 was pretty cheap, and I bought mine for 100 euros In fact, was it 100,000 lira? I think it was 100,000 lira actually, which is kind of like probably 50 euros. I bought it from a friend of mine, but I had a neighbor who had a first he had a 286, and then he upgraded to a 486 because he was a little wealthy, the guy, and so I could play Heroes 2 and then maybe Heroes 3. You say Windows 98, maybe it was Windows 98. So either I build a Windows 98 computer with a nice CD-ROM, all beige, man, I can't wait, or we go for an XP, because for me, I've always experienced tech when it was a little late. So NES came out in 1985 in America. I think it reached Europe a year later. But then we have to talk about when it reaches Sicily, which is like, of course you will find it in Rome, but Sicily, it's always a little late. And so in reality, I think I played the NES in 1990. So I was quite late with that. So I think when I owned Heroes, I had an XP. So anyways, either I build a 98 or I build an XP is what I would like to have. XP, I actually liked the big green button. Who else liked it? I love the big green button for Windows button. It was big and green. I think it was great. Yeah, before that Windows 95, I still enjoy using browsers that allow you to emulate one, to have the Windows 95 experience. But yeah, 90s I had 386, cool. With DOS, 622, Windows 311. Yeah, these are good. No problem, Nicholas, but so good to have you here. Not a problem. Not a problem. GG, my friend. GG. GG. Do one of those old DOS text Ventus games. Yeah, man. I actually played one on, it's a kind of a modern remake, but it was very similar to those. Pick up the lantern, open the door, go north, walk to the forest, try to open the door. Like those, I played one on my gaming channel, and it's there, and it was really fun. And then, I'm thinking of, I have played the Microsoft Adventure emulated. I could play that one of these nights. But I also have the IBM 5150 computer right here on my left. It's right there. And in fact, I'm going to show you now. And it's fully functioning. So I could, if I found the floppy disk, I could actually play it in the original hardware. Thank you, Player One, for becoming a member. Welcome to the inner circle, my friend. 454 members. That's fantastic. Eventually we'll get to 500, guys. I have a good feeling about this. The turbo button, I don't remember that one. I do want to show you what I'm talking about when I tell you that, because you know I like history, you know I like historical things. I'll show the chat in a second, of course. But I do want to show you one thing, guys, because you need to understand what I'm talking about. Because you only see this, but you don't see what's there. So this is a very long man cave. I'll just put it this way. So one thing I want to show you is the other side of the microphone, not the microphone, the camera that you don't see. I have a way to show you. I'll show you an image of it. And let me see if we got, yeah. So right next to me, guys, I've got this. Right next to me. So I've got the Amiga 500, fully working. And this is the IBM 5150 with the, I mean, if you played Fallout or if you played Alien Isolation, Alien Isolation shows more what I would say is a pet computer, but this is, even older, to be honest. So that's what's right next to me. So this is us. One step further, we've got these two. And do I have any other picture? Yeah, I took like a closer picture of my Amiga 500 playing Lemmings. And then I showed, then you go further, you have all the consoles, of course, and this is a good picture of the monochrome. Yeah, there we go. So that's what's right next to me. Just to give you an idea. Because guys, I absolutely love history, not just medieval history. I'm a huge fan. I mean, the helmets are behind me. You can kind of see. The helmets are kind of behind me, so when you enter the room, you see all the helmets. But on my left, I've tried to recreate it, and then if we continue left, there is a Commodore 64, CRT TV, and then all the consoles, and then you go my arcade machines. This is all stuff that I've accumulated over the years, by the way. So 5115 pristine. Oh yeah, I've got two. actually. The other one is in the other room. But yeah, it's and the monitor is also functioning very well. I turn them on every day because with old tech, you do want to turn them on, because if you leave them off for like a year without ever turning them on, not to mention I use them, I enjoy using them. But yeah, these are nice machines, my friends. Nice machines. You know what I need? I need a pinball. I need a pinball machine. That's what I need. I used to have a bunch of those, but sometimes they can be challenging because the prompts may not be obvious to you. Oh yeah, no, you need to learn how to use BASIC with this one. Or even the Commodore 64 was a little easier to use. My first console was a ColecoVision. Now, for me, the first console was the NES. So you kind of, it's older. Yeah, very cool. Do I own any expensive watches? No, not really. No, I'm not really into expensive watches, no. Did you ever get the games made by 8-Bit Guy? No, I never get that, but I know who you're talking about. He's a cool YouTuber. I watch a lot of his content. He's very knowledgeable, the 8-Bit Guy. Yeah, I do watch his content. Neo Geo, yeah, I don't have a Neo Geo. I have a Saturn. I have a, obviously, original Xbox, 64, PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2. Yeah, I have a whole bunch of systems. I have a GameCube. I have a Dreamcast, but not a Neo Geo. They are expensive, though, now, if you want to buy it, I think. Am I right? Planetfall, a lot of fun. Yeah, cool. First console was 360, man. 360, I was already a pro when it came to like playing games. Not a pro, but like, I mean, a full-on gamer. I've never been a pro, but a full-on gamer, yes. Have you ever been to a Yestercade? It's an arcade that has every game system ever and a ton of games for all of them. No, but I've been to something similar to that. There is a place not too far from where we are, where we go sometimes. They have like a whole section with pinball machines, and then they have a room for vintage pinball machines. And then they have a lot of arcade, like you find Pac-Man. I have a Pac-Man arcade machine in here, though. So, I mean, my house is a little bit like that. My house is a little bit like that. Yeah, they cost a lot of money, don't they? So many hours on my man. We went into nostalgia. We went into full nostalgia. Let me see if I got any other interesting. So, guys, 1987 for me. 1987 rules when it comes to Ninja Turtles. Yeah, come on. Don't even give me that. Don't even give me 2024. What the heck is this? This. Pilot Wings for an N64 is one of my favorite. I agree. I agree. Absolutely. Look at that ninja. Yeah, we got Tyrese Flares. I'm a nerd. Yeah, there we go. So that's the rest of the room. So guys, I'm sitting here right now. Okay? I am sitting here. This is the camera is right here. Then we got the computers. This is not even updated, by the way. Now I have more systems. I have a second line of system here. And then you've got the arcades. So this is just one side of the long room where we are in now. And what is your thoughts on Oblivion Remaster? I've been playing it a lot. I've been playing Oblivion Remaster a lot. Yeah, look at that. And I like it. Some of the swaps I don't like of the assets, particularly with the monsters. Look, feels more like a remake to be. Yeah, and yeah, this place looks safe. I'll just park here. Yeah, no, I'm having a great time with the gaming channel, guys. It's not big. It's a small little thing. It's a small pet project of mine. I don't even care if it makes money, if it doesn't make money. Not everything is about money. Am I right? Sometimes. Oh, Mike, we're back. Yeah, sorry. So yeah, I was just saying, not everything is about money. Some things are just fun. And for me, I'm back, great. This is fun. It's a little bit of sharing my, when I was younger, or the new horror games. I played the entirety of Soma, 8 hours and 22 minutes, only got 300 views. Who cares? Not everything is about views. The wife plays stuff with me. It's a fun little channel that we do just for fun. And I really enjoy it. But back to you guys, because you are the center. Right now, I want to see what you guys have to say. 3 OP. Yeah, I like Tomb Raider. Yesterday I was playing Tomb Raider 2, actually. 2 days ago, sorry. Yeah, 2024 is blasphemy, I agree. Heather says, I'm a girl, so my parents don't think I should have my own game console, but it's a good thing I have a brother. You got to play... Yeah, that's good. You played... That's cool, that's cool. But I'm telling you, if I'm having a girl and she wants to play, I'll buy all the games she wants. I'll spoil the brat. Yeah, 87 was the best, I agree. Little Double Dragon, I absolutely understand that. What is my... Yeah, I answered this. I do have one, by the way. I have an Atari 2600 over there as well. Wonderful, thank you so much. Electronic Museum. On one side, yes, but then there are all the sets on its own room, so that you have the medieval room. Wogatron is me. Loved your Soma videos. Thank you, Daniel. I appreciate that so much. Such a beautiful game. Yeah, Wizardry is a good game. I've been enjoying it. That's a good idea, Wonder. We actually pay an older gentleman to do what do you call it, a backyard with grass, and yeah, we pay a gentleman, an older gentleman, does an excellent job. He doesn't even charge much, so we're well organized there. Yeah. Yeah, the faces are more hideous. I really don't like what they did with the new Ninja Turtles. But then again, we also have to consider one thing, guys. We're not the target audience anymore. So I'm fine. I watch my stuff from the 80s and 90s, and occasionally if something overlaps that is new, but I can still appreciate it, I'll watch it. But otherwise, if modern kids like that, then whatever. I mean, it's there. It's for them. It's not really for me. The stuff that is for us is the remakes. It's the stuff that is connected to nostalgia. Those, we are the target audience, like the people that grew up with the stuff. Hey, Tomichiko, good to see you. Still here. I'm glad. Sorry that it dropped out in and out with the audio. Apologize for that. Exactly, Cortova, yeah. Used the game on the Atari, yeah. The NES was really mind-blowing. You're absolutely right. You were late with console until PlayStation, I see. No, honestly, the very first video game I've ever played was Pong. Literally, the one that goes bleep, bleep, with a little ball, bleep. That's the very first video game I played. I don't even know what system it was. It was a big orange thing. It was big, rectangular, and orange, with a little controllers like that. Pong, yeah. No idea. No idea. Love from Iran. Thank you, Dapper. So good to have you here. The art style of modern animation has gotten uglier and uglier. I agree. There are some changes. Like I think Miyazaki Hayao has improved a lot over the years. It's maintaining a consistency of quality. Now I prefer the father over the son, but still the quality is good, right? So it kind of depends on. Even Evangelion was a good anime, and then when they start making the films, still looked pretty good. So it kind of depends, but I know exactly where you're going. A lot of stuff to me these days looks bad. Like it just doesn't look charming at all. You don't see it lacks soul. It lacks artistic expression. It's like what is this? Why it's obnoxious. Why is it speaking like that? Why is he moving like that? Why is he dressed like that? But who knows? Maybe it's simply, as we said, because I'm not the target audience for those. Yeah. I would like to ask someone who's young right now and ask them, what do you think? Do you like that? Or do you prefer, if I show them something from the 90s, I'd like to see what they say. Because I've had friends come over, even when I was in Italy, bringing their kids. And sometimes we'll play the new games because they're like, wow, let me play GTA, all right, depending on the age, GTA, but whatever. Let me play the games. Let's play some Street Fighter. Cool. But other times I actually showed the old school games. Like, do you want to see something I was brought up with, that I grew up when I was your age? And like, yeah. And then we played King's Bounty. They freaking loved it. So I'm like, the old stuff still works on the kids sometimes. So that's interesting, you know? I'd like to know if the modern stuff actually works on them, or if they see it in comparison with older stuff, what they're gonna think. Isn't that an interesting thing? Purposely grotesque at times. I agree, Dream. Yeah, totally. Yeah, talking about cartoons, anime, but sometimes even video game characters. There's that. Quality doesn't age. You're absolutely right, Buffo. You're right. 100%. Totally. Fun fact, Pong is the origin of the term game over. Really, Evil Black. I did not know that. Man, that's so cool. Game over. Yeah, we take it for granted now, but like, what's the first game? I had no idea. I do enjoy good graphics, but the gameplay is still king. Totally, Daniel Edwards. Like, if you give me fantastic graphics, but no gameplay, and most importantly, no story, because that's another important component for me. In story, I'm going to include character development, depth of the likable characters, relatable characters. Let's put all of that into story, okay? If you give me good gameplay and bad graphics, I can still enjoy it, particularly if the story is also good. But if the story is good, I'm going to play it for a long time. If the gameplay is good, story is bad, and graphics are bad, I'll play it a little bit because of the gameplay, but then I'll drop it. If you give me a game that has excellent graphics, but it lacks in gameplay and story, I won't play it. Like, it's a movie at that point. It's a movie. I might as well watch a movie. And if the game has, for instance, horrible gameplay and good story and graphics, it will be frustrating. And I've finished games like that, so I'll still go through it. If the gameplay is bad, but let's say that the gameplay is bad, but story and graphics, or even the graphics get down, but the story is good, I'll still play it. So to me, the story is the most important thing. Second, gameplay. Third, graphics. And that's why, for instance, and fun factor, that's why for me, Valheim is I love that game. It's one of my favorite games ever. The textures look like they're from the freaking early 90s. Maybe I even like it because of it. Yeah, story is most important, and then the character development. That's why I can still play it. Like, Dragon Age Origins is king. No other Dragon Age has ever gone, never mind Veiled Guard. But I'm saying even Dragon Age 2, for me, was like, nah, is what it is. We are getting old, Aloha, you're right. I mean, I'm in my 40s, my friend. I'm in my 40s. Luckily, I don't think I look it, but, that's because I'm an angel and whatnot. But yeah. Yeah. Twisted Metal was so good, Heather. And Twisted Metal 2 was good, but the first one, my favorite level was the roof. Do you remember the roof that you could drive off and explode because you fall down? You're like at the top of this building. And then there was a section with a little pyramid made of glass, and if you shoot it, it broke. I still remember it like it was yesterday. Jorge says, I just got Valheim recently, going to start playing it with my friends soon. Yeah, do that. And I would suggest you... I never download mods to change the graphics of Valheim because I like it as is, but I do download the first-person mod, because then if you scroll with a little thing here, you can go into first-person, and I like it for exploration. For combat, I use third-person. For exploration, I do first-person. It's very immersive. It's the only mod that I have installed. I don't know if I have any other mods, to be honest, on Valheim. I don't think I do. I like it as is. Yeah, the only games with a bad story, Nova, that I play are games that use multiplayer. So, like, if you give me like a Call of Duty, Modern Warfare, I'll play it, not for the story. I'll just play it because when I'm having fun with friends, or maybe I'm playing online a little bit, but it's not a game that is going to stay in a position where I'll get nostalgic about it. I'll want to play it again, like a Soma is that I finished 3 times now. 3 times I finished that game, and I know that in a year or so I'll play it again. So yeah, when the story is bad, it has to at least work through gameplay or multiplayer. Not even gameplay, multiplayer. Like something that you play with other people, then it's fun because of that. Thank you, Pax, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Inner Circle. You're welcomed by Vega. Welcome to the Inner Circle, my friend. I love Vega, by the way. Favorite character. I still have to do on my gaming channel or on Twitch. Guys, let me know on Twitch if you like this idea, but we need to do a full playthrough of one of the old Street Fighter 2, one of the old ones, and I play as Vega, and I play the whole thing with the mask on. We should do that. Yeah, I loved the ending Buffo, but the entire story is phenomenal. Yeah, it's a great game. Silent Hills are great. I find Silent Hills to be superior to Resident Evil. Resident Evil 1 and 2 are fantastic, and Remake was great too. But Silent Hill to me is the superior experience. 1 to 4 were great. 4 is my favorite, in fact. I know that this is a little unpopular. People prefer 2. I get it. 2 is a masterpiece. 3 was great. Do I know how to play Vega well? No, which is going to make it funny. I'm a Ryu and Ken player. That's who I play when I play online and I fight people. I do not know how to play Vega well, so it's going to be funny. And I'm going to have the mask, so it's going to be... I'm going to be like with a disadvantage. Yeah, 3 was good. I liked Heather as a protagonist. I think Heather was nice. And the whole cult thing was cool. There were a couple of stages that, particularly like the subway stage was good to me. And the hospital was great, but there's always a freaking hospital, is there? There's always a hospital in Silent Hill. 4 has a hospital. 2 has a hospital. 1, it's been too long. Silent Hill 1, I don't remember. I don't remember anything. I just remember fog. And what about Diablo and Baldur's Gate 3? Have you played it? Oh, yeah, Tomichiko, totally. Yeah, Diablo 1 is great, but I played it for PlayStation 1 back in the day. Then Diablo 2, I still played today. The remaster was good, but it had some weird choices. Like, I don't like the way they made the Valkyrie look, for example. She doesn't even look like the Valkyrie anymore. But regardless, pretty good. And then, yeah, I like Diablo a lot. When it comes to Baldur's Gate 3, I've started a playthrough. It looks good. It looks well made. So I created a drow. I'll play it on Twitch. I've already played a little bit. Never played Cry of Fear, no. Your favorite was Chun-Li. Now would be either Akuma or Ken. Well, if favorite we are asking like from which one you play, then yeah, my main is Ken and Ryu. But mostly Ken, in fact. If it's favorite in the sense who is the most attractive girl in the game, I would say Cammy. When I was 15, I liked Sakura, but now Sakura looks like a child to me. So as I stopped being a teenager, I transitioned into liking Cammy. Diablo 3 is your favorite? Have you played 4? 4 looks pretty nice as well. I remember 3. I liked 3 because you could play as the Crusader. I liked the Crusader. I hated they didn't put the Crusader in 4. It should be a criminal offense. One more thing, all the advances we have now, games would cost well above $100 today. Man, don't summon that, don't materialize it, don't manifest it. We've already hit $80, which is a lot of money. I mean, $80 is a lot of money for someone like me. I can write it off because I'm a content creator. So I can buy the game, the end of the year, tax return, write it off, business expense, because I make content with it. So it doesn't affect me. But I can see how $80 is a lot of money for someone who can't justify it as a business expense, which is the majority of the population on Earth. I'm very privileged. And so I can imagine people that are like struggling. They need to pay a light bill and they can't afford the game. I hate that. Now, given there are a lot of games that are free to play, although then again, free to play, we have to be careful because sometimes it has some predatory aspects to it. But in general, I think it's good that a game can be free to play as long as it's not pay to win. Like Conan Exile, is Conan Exile free to play? Maybe not. No, it's not. But there are some good games that are free to play. You liked Path of Exile. Yeah, it looked good. I think I have Buffo. Maybe objectively, Path of Exile 2 is a very good game from a technical perspective. I think I have a nostalgic connection to Diablo, though. So out of the two, I would prefer Diablo, but it's mostly because I have a connection to the lore, if it makes sense. Excuse me, manager, I need a promotion to play my video games. Exactly, Daniel. Like, I think $80 is crazy. And, yeah, and there are games that cost over $100. If you go into deluxe this and deluxe that and special and this other version, then and DLC, then, yeah, 100, 120, then you start spending a lot of money into it. So it's, yeah. Crisis averted. You sunk too many hours into Baldur's Gate 3. Well, you know what? If you enjoyed it, I think it's time well spent. Sometimes I use video games when it happens when I'm online too, but this happens a bit more when I'm offline. I use video games as a way to recharge my inner battery, because a video game is apart that I have a passion for it, but it's a good way to like disconnect for a moment. So if you put a lot of hours into scripting and research and I'm a little tired, then it's good to disconnect a little bit and play the game. And at the end of the day, if I play a game and I really enjoy it, Zelda, for example, and I really enjoy it. The next day, I feel refreshed. So in a way, it's productive, because if you don't disconnect, sometimes you got to disconnect a little bit. And this comes from someone who puts, like I put a lot of hours into all of this. But still, it's important, because then you're more productive. If you do something you love, it's good. It's something, not to mention, we can't just work, work to live, don't live to work. But then again, I'm an Italian. I guess America has, and Japan have this thing in common, the idea of work. And from my perspective, I think Italians are a little more, we're not as productive. Oftentimes we're not as well organized as Americans and Japanese. But we do take our time. Like if it's lunchtime, you take the full hour, sometimes 2 hours. You sit with family, open a bottle of wine, in the little balcony on the beautiful sea. Someone is singing. We do that. We kind of slow down a little bit. We relax. We do that as a culture. Yeah. Yeah, sure. You work to afford fun and living. Well, that's good, my friend. I imagine that's the actual priority, right? That's the actual order of priorities right there. I must be part Italian then. Maybe, yeah. Sure. Yeah, true, but without the X. There is an S here. Espresso. Also, you know what's funny about espresso coffee is that no one in Italy, in my entire life, the entire life I spent in Italy, I never used the word espresso once. Never. And that's because we just call it caffè. Because in Italy, espresso is the default. So you don't need to specify. If you say un caffè per favore, it's going to be an espresso. So you don't need to specify. You just say un caffè. That's coffee. Isn't that funny? So, in fact, if I ever heard anyone in a cafe say un espresso per favore, it's a foreigner. It's a tourist. See, Daniel? So it's, yeah. I guess espresso keeps the workforce active and focused. Then again, though, you guys put a lot here in America. You put the amount of sugar and caffeine that you put. I think an average espresso has got how much caffeine in Italy? 60, maybe 60 milligrams. I'm gonna have to Google that because I don't want to misinform. Not that it's like such an important thing, but I'm just saying. I think 60. But then again, I see like Starbucks. Oftentimes their drinks have got like 120, 140. I'm like, goodness gracious. Yes, but in Italy, do you ever order an Americano? I don't, because I don't think it's well made. At this point, if you want to drink an American coffee, it's better to drink it in America. Because in America, today I went to Starbucks and we got a, oh my gosh, let me see if I think I wrote it down because I can never remember it. Let me tell you what I got at Starbucks today. I did write it down. Salted caramel cream cold brew. That's what I got. And it was nice. Of course, I got the tall because to me, the smaller one is already too much. So I always drink tall. Like even medium is not to mention. So the small one is tall. The medium is called grande, which means big. So you would have thought that the bigger one would have been called grande, which means big. But no, the big one is called 20, which is 20, which I believe is the ounces. I don't even care. And the crazy thing is that the tallest one is not called tall. I don't know. Marketing, multi-billion companies, so I guess they know what they're doing. I'm very confused. Regardless, I got that. It was nice. The way I enjoy it, though, is that I tell myself, this is not a coffee. It's a coffee-inspired dessert. That's how I see it. And then I enjoy it. You know, it's all about the mind. Because if I think I'm drinking a coffee, I'm not gonna drink it. Because it's Italian coffee, it's espresso. Macchiato, little sweet. Okay. But if I look at it this way, it's a coffee-inspired dessert. I love it. And that's what I know this works for me. So if any of you is Italian and you're thinking of moving to the US, do consider that mental approach. And I liked it. It was good. But the amount of caffeine in these things, goodness gracious, guys. What is it? Yeah. My Starbucks order. 20. Soy caramel macchiato with 6 shots of it. Oh, come on. Whipped cream and espresso caramel. No, you don't. No, you don't. Tell me you're not serious. Come on. 6 shots of espresso. I do know that there are people here in the US that ask for extra sugar on top of it. How do you do that? To me, it's already like at the limit of tolerance. the amount of sugar. Absolutely serious. Oh gosh, I hope you don't drink it every day, Heather. Please tell me you don't drink it every day. I'm just worrying for your health. From an Italian perspective, I'm worrying for your health because I grew up in Mediterranean cuisine. You know, that's the norm for me. So I'm like, I don't know. But you do you. If you like it, maybe it's good. But I'm just saying that's a lot. 6 shots of espresso, crying out loud. I mean, yeah, there are Italians that will drink 3 coffees, 4 coffees, but it's throughout the day. You know, so you have a coffee in the morning when you wake up, standing, because you want to consume your coffee. I'm going to show you. You know, since we are talking about this, I'm going to show you. Bar in Italia, caffè. One moment, please. So we know what we're talking about. So you're in Italy, okay? I'm going to move this to the side. So we're in Italy. And you go to a cafe, and always there is like a little, what do you call this in English? Goodness gracious. Whatever. You got this. And then you stand here, and he says, prego. And you say, un caffè per favore, macchiato. And then he gives you the coffee, and you stand, you drink it. It's very small, in a little this, caffè italiano. And then you talk to the guy. These people, the barista, the counter, thank you, Daniel. The barista are masters at minding your business. They are great. And when you go, like, particularly in the South, with bigger cities, not so much, but in the South, it's always the same. It's always the same people because they're family run. So when you go to a place like this, it's Antonio, Tommaso, Lucia. It's always the same people. So when you go, they call you by name. Hey, Raf, ciao, come va? So that's what they do. And so you go there, you drink your coffee standing like she's doing. You talk a little bit. They ask, how is your family? Why didn't she get married? Why didn't your cousin get married? Sometimes it gets animated a little bit because, like, you know, it's one of those situations. And that's Italy. Now, I do miss this a lot. Okay? And so then maybe after lunch you'll have another coffee at the end. Then maybe at around 3 in the afternoon your colleagues or your friends want to go get a coffee, so you go back to the cafe. And that's the coffee culture in Italy. Now some people do sit down outside, but the very traditional way of doing this, like an Italian, is you enter, you smile like this guy, then the lady's gonna come here, is gonna call him by name. He's going to say, Francesco. And then you go like, hey. And they're going to be very loud about it. And then the entire cafe will know about your nephew and his graduation. That's Italy. It's just how it is. And I really miss that about Italy, to be honest. Look up Chris White, Ancient Aliens Debunked. Ooh, that's a nice one. I'll definitely look it up probably after the stream, but I will. 100%. Thank you for the... Yeah, did I miss the opinion on Flint Dibble? Yeah, I mean, we built throughout, but the VOD is going to stay up, so you can rewatch it if you want. But yeah, we did kind of build towards it. It's going to take it's going to take some time to have a full, complete opinion, but I'm starting to have a little bit of, yeah. Reminds me of the coffee culture in Vienna, probably similar, but then I think in Italy is even more, because the Northern Europeans, Central Europeans, they're great. They're a bit colder from that perspective, though, of like, because sometimes, you know, particularly in the South, you might think we are a little rude because people will ask you anything. Like, you're there, they'll ask you, are you married? Like, straight like, just like that. And then if you say no, like, why? Do you have a girlfriend? Particularly if it's like a Southern mum or a Southern grandma, or they'll be all over your business. But that's, it's fun. It's always fun. But yeah. That's what people mean when they say coffee culture in Italy. It's not a matter of we have a coffee culture in the sense of the professional, so they can explain that this type of mixing of beans and how you roast them and then you do this and then this one is called a caffè latte, this is a macchiato, this is a ristretto. Like, okay, but the coffee culture is the people, and the people have this thing that it's rinse and repeat every day, the entirety of Italy, particularly in the South, but the entirety of Italy, because the North also, it's just a little approach. That's what the coffee culture is, and it's great. It's great. If you ever go to Italy, you gotta go with an Italian. If a family, even better, but you gotta go with an Italian. Be like, hey, can you take me to we call them bar, by the way. A cafe is called a bar, B-A-R. So in English, a bar is what you drink, right? But in Italy, it's called a bar, but it's a cafe. And the reason it's called like that is because all cafes also have the bar section where you can get the drinks. You can even see it here. You're in front of the counter, and they do have the bar section. It's over here. But the entire establishment is called bar in Italy. I don't know why we ended up speaking about this, but hey, glory to Pompey, says OG Kaz. Glory to Pompey, my friend. Well, yeah, that's why they're called barista. Exactly. I think it's with a 1R. But yes, that's why they're called barista, because they work in a bar. Yeah, that's how it is. That's how it is. Glory to Pompey. We used to go regularly to a Greek restaurant, and they asked all the questions like they were our family. Yeah, I think Greeks and Italians were pretty much cousins. We really are. Like, it really is the case. The robot coffee cafe don't chat, though. I'm not aware of those. Yeah, you can even see it here. Look, massive written bar. That's a cafe. So you know. Do we want to address your overcrowded desktop? Yeah, I only clean it every like once a week. So like if it's beginning of the week, then it's all nice and clean. But then throughout the week, I save everything on the desktop that I need to do the editing and the filming, and so it becomes a mess. And then towards the end of the week, I clean it up again, and it's only the folders and the games on the right. And it's a continuous struggle. That's how it is. Yeah. What can I say? It's functional, organized chaos. But it works. It works. So as long as, if it ain't broken, don't fix it. Am I right? Flint is growing on me. Well, that's good, Nova. That's a good thing, I suppose. And glory to Pompey. When was coffee first introduced to Italy? I don't know the exact date right now. I'll have to. That could be a good question to answer for a video. I consider it as a possibility. Yeah, we should all raise our hands to glory to Pompey, guys. Glory to Pompey. When he's mentioned, the first time he's mentioned, we're going to raise our hands. Glory to Pompey. Let's not forget. Yeah, so in English, of course, Cafe 1F is basically the establishment. But in Italian, so if it's Italian, double F, and then you need to add an accent. So basically, since I'm using an Italian keyboard, like that, with this accent, this is how you spell it. But if it's Sicilian, we actually pronounce it and sometimes write it with just one F. So in Italian is caffè, double F. Sicilian, caffè. So il caffè in Italian, the coffee, u caffè in Sicilian. So only one F in actual Sicilian. But in Sicily, you still see it written in Italian because Italian is the standard language. When it comes to the written form, everything is written in Italian. But when people speak and you are in Sicily, you may hear someone say un caffè with just one F. And that's because it's Sicilian at that point that they're using. Yeah. You know, people always bring up stereotypical brew hair work. Yeah, we spoke about it a little bit. You got one for the opposite hair because no one brings it up. What is it? Red hair? Is it the red hair? Which one is it? I do want to know. Yeah. Let me know. In Japan, in the original name, so imagine now saying your favorite character, the Spanish fighter, is Balrog. Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah, I don't like Balrog as a name for Vega. I think Vega is perfect because De La Vega is a typical Spanish surname. So Vega works perfect for him. Balrog doesn't. And I understand that initially they needed to dodge the lawsuit because they called Mike Bison the guy who looks like Mike Tyson. And, it's one of those things, Capcom. But yeah, in Australia, so we just call it a cafe in English. Interesting. Yeah, sure. Cool. Those people dressing all flag print. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think you do have a very patriotic, right? I think you're right. I think I've seen one of those, but I didn't see him. I saw the truck, and the truck was screaming, screaming the ideas. Heather. So my ex-in-laws were New York Italian, and we would always have a coffee after dinner. Yep. Is this an Italian thing or a New York Italian thing? Definitely an Italian thing to have a coffee after your meal. Yes. After dinner kind of depends on the person, because some people, like my dad, will drink that, but he will specifically drink decaf because otherwise he can't sleep now. But that's something that it's maybe with age has become a bit of a problem. In general, what you drink after a meal is a coffee. It's a typical thing in Italy, whether it be dinner or lunch. And the thing you don't drink in actual Italian culture after a meal is a cappuccino. Cappuccino, you drink it in the morning and you drink it during breakfast. Either you just drink that or you drink it in connection with a croissant, which in Italia we call cornetto. You can use the French word croissant, but generally everyone calls it a cornetto in the south or a brioche in the north. I know it sounds confusing, but if I write cornetto, no, that's the ice cream. Okay, one second. That's not what I meant. But yeah, there is a popular ice cream in Italy called like that. But cornetto in Italia. There we go. So, yeah. So that's the word, cornetto. At least the way I say it, because I'm a Southern. I say cornetto. But in the north, usually they call this a brioche. You can still say croissant, though. People will understand you 100%. You say un croissant. It's possible that they'll tell you, in the south particularly, if you say un croissant per favore, they might tell you un cornetto. So they might do that. Just as a clarification, Southern people are like that. Okay? So, but yeah, that's what it is. Let me bring the chat back. How's Twitch? Many Association of Organized Chaos approves you. Thank you so much, Tomichik. Appreciate that. In Czech, you say cafe or kava. Really? Dal beach si kavu. I don't know if I pronounced it right, but thank you for sharing that. So you're from Czech Republic? I've been to Czech Republic, by the way. I've been to Prague. And yeah. America. Yeah, it's both, isn't it, Baron? A gentleman has a port after dinner with a fine cigar. Yeah, sure. I mean, you can even drink wine while you eat. In Italy, it's typical. Now, my dad used to start his day with a glass of wine, but that's because he's northern. So in the north, they have particularly where he is from, in Friuli, they do have a much stronger connection to alcohol, and they start drinking a lot younger. In the south, it's more typical to drink coffee. Also, do consider that there is a big difference in climate. So the northern Italy gets really cold. Southern Italy, not so much in winter. It does a bit, but never at the same level. And so there is that. And instead, in summer, yeah, the north can get really hot. But Sicily, for instance, specifically, we get the wind from Africa. So I think Sicily is the region in Italy that gets the hottest ever. But there are some situations, like maybe if you go to central Milan and you're with all the asphalt, it kind of doesn't let the air breathe, if that makes sense, then it can get really hot as well. Kind of depends. Baron says, OMG, Raf Kenzie should open a cafe. I know she loves to make coffee. She should, man. If I ever make money, like a lot of money, right now we're fine. But if I made like a lot of money and I could invest into an endeavor, a business, a side business, it would be nice to own like a proper Italian restaurant or a proper Italian cafe in America. That would be lovely. Thank you so much, Karen Slovak, for becoming a member and entering the inner circle. And now we reached 454 members, if I'm remembering right. Or I can start with Holy Fans as the Metatron. That's also a possibility, yeah. My great-grandfather had red wine once every day, and he lived to 99. Yeah, I think alcohol is only a problem if you abuse a word. If you overuse it, is really bad. And I will always say whenever we speak about alcohol, I'll always say, never drink and drive. To anyone watching, particularly if you're young, just don't do it. You'll thank me later. But when it comes to alcohol itself, I don't think it's bad for you. It's just that it's bad when you overuse it or when you get addicted to it. But if you drink moderately, it's not going to do anything to you. The A word is flagged as far as I know, yes. I mean, I am gonna make a video about it, but historical words have been are being flagged more often now. It's been a lot harder to speak about 1940s Germany and the Austrian painter and his fan club. My videos have recently got a yellow dollar sign because I use the NAZI word, and yeah, you know what's weird, and it's been doubled down manually. So because I disputed it, I'm talking about history. I'm not trying to spread NAZISM. I'm just speaking about the history. Didn't care. Hateful and derogatory language. Boom, yellow dollar sign. So that's why I want to say thank you again to the members, guys, because every time something like this happens and a video gets monetized after I invested resources into it, it's a loss. And I can take a few losses, it's fine. I'm not saying that we're struggling to pay the bills, but I'm saying that you members really basically make me bulletproof. And your support really means a lot. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's a form of censorship. It's a form of language control. And it's stupid. Okay, I get it. If someone is making a video and is inciting violence and it's pushing dangerous ideas like NAZI, I get it. Yeah, he's breaking the law. So of course you don't want to have anything to do with that. Great. But if I'm speaking about the history, what's derogatory about? What are you on about? But then the guy who makes a video about me, Alec Gunter, and calls me an NAZI, he doesn't get a dollar sign. Sorry, that's derogatory at that point. So it's weird. It's double standards. And yeah, that's strange. And I'm noticing as a creator that I need to, you have to say off yourself. You can't use the S word. You have to say he offed himself. Otherwise you get flagged. Whereas instead, I think it would be important to be able to speak about these topics, of course, referencing to professionals. But why can I not even say the word? You know, it's getting nonsensical. And again, it's the double standard because you know what I can say here, and I know it's not going to give me any trouble? Stalin and Soviet Russia and communism. I'm not going to get any problem with that. I know for a fact I'm not going to get any flags. So that's weird because, I mean, Stalin, yeah, it's really bad. If we are discussing 20th century totalitarian regimes that did a lot of bad stuff and destroyed a lot of people, and so I cannot say NAZI, and I cannot say, well, you can still say fascism, I guess, but I can't say the other one. Why can I not say? And I'm not even saying it's weird at this point. Why some things are yes, some no. Like, for instance, I'm a very polite individual. I never use vulgar language occasionally, but usually it's on a joking sense. But for example, I never have and never will use any form of racial slur. I don't do that. I don't do that. But I am puzzled by the fact that the N-word is like something that you're going to lose your career over, which, again, I never have used it and never will in my life. I'm against it. But why is the C word not censored in the same way? And I am censoring it in the C way. And you're like, what do you mean the C word? The slur, the racial slur that is used against white people. Why? And just so you know, they used it against me once. Like my wife and I, we were trying to walk through a car park, and this guy in a pickup truck almost ran us over and screamed at us, "Move away, you effing C." So clearly hated us because of the color of our skin, and it was a derogatory language. This does happen, and so I want to say, yeah, I would be against all forms of racial slur, but I do know for a fact that if I use the C word, it's not gonna get any problem with monetization and all the rest, and that's weird to me. I don't understand it. Orwellian becoming more and more real. You're absolutely right, OG. You're absolutely right. Possible, Raphael. Yeah, I mean, you do have a point, I guess. Double standards. It's double standards. And I'd like to say I hate hate speech, but I also hate the idea of hate speech laws. So I've seen, it's so strange, I've seen people online defending the idea of hate speech, censorship, and removing freedom of speech, and I am against all of that. But I've also seen on the other side people being proud of using the N-word, and I'm like, what are you proud about? What's nothing to be proud of? Am I the only one who's gonna have some balance? Like, can I say that I'm against the destruction and removal of freedom of speech, and I'm against the idea of hate speech laws, but at the same time, I can also say, I wouldn't put you in prison for using a slur, but I don't use it because it's a disgusting thing to do. Like, why is it so weird that the tribalism has got to a point where someone who thinks like me now is looked as a fence sitter from one side, and then on the other side they call me far right because I said this. I'm like, what? Do what? I don't know. I haven't got a clue, guys, and I hope you can help me understand this. Yeah, Self Alt F4. That's pretty good, Daniel. You see, you're more imaginative than me. That's pretty cool right there. Late on live chat, no problem, Karen, but it's good to have you here. And do remember that on Friday, since you have just become a member, I have the entire stream dedicated to members, and we have a lot of chat you get on the screen. It's going to be great. Restricting speech one step away from being sent to jail for your speech, like in the UK. Yeah, I hate that. Like if you're from the UK, I feel it for you, man, because I'm sorry about it. I'm sorry that you can't. And maybe some of you agree with this, and I respect that. But then again, I don't respect a government that is going to put you in jail because you made a social media post. I respect a society that frowns upon the usage of discrimination and racial slur and all of that. We can frown upon it. But putting someone in jail for it? No, I don't support that. And I don't support it precisely because I've studied the history of what totalitarianism and authoritarian regimes can do when they have power like that. So I would say that regardless of political policies, people can be left-wing, people can be right-wing. Great. Fantastic. Regardless of social issues, I think that one point that we should all agree on is yes, but don't touch freedom of speech. I do believe that you can. I know that right now the freedom of speech is a big talking part on the conservative side. I understand that. So I would have to say I agree with the conservatives when it comes to that. But then again, I also think that if you're a left-winger or if you're left-leaning, you can still be left-leaning, but understand that freedom of speech is necessary. It is important. Don't let it become a situation. I say that as a moderate, okay? So no horse in the race. But I'm saying don't let it become a thing whereby it becomes tribalistic. And so you're like, hey, I'm left-wing. If the right is pushing freedom of speech, then I need to be against it. That's a problem. That's why I stay moderate, so that I can look at things. And I don't have to agree with everything, but I can still say, yeah, but on the freedom of speech, yeah, I think that's, yeah. Let's not go into the hate speech laws. And I'll tell you why. Because if you go into hate speech laws, and at the moment, your side is in power. Your side is in power. You have hate speech laws passed, so people that disagree with you can't speak because they're going to end up in jail, and you think, yay, we won. But then after 4 years, new elections. And imagine that it's the other side now that is in power, but there is a president. And now, what they could do, because this has happened, is that they can now apply the same hate speech laws that you voted for, you liked, but now they're going to apply it on the speech that you use, not the speech that they support. And imagine if they apply that retroactively. It's dangerous. Doesn't matter the side, left, right, up, down, center, even if you're a radical centrist, whatever the heck that is. That's my position for it. Dream hard or getting all offended. Yeah, I mean, people get offended. They annoy me. But if they want to get offended, fine, get offended. If you want to speak about it, fine. So that's what I think. Remember back when the Japanese streamer got banned for telling his team in Nihongo, oh my gosh, really? That happened? Well, I can say that nigeru is the verb in Japanese to mean run away, escape. That's what it means. Yeah. So if you want to say nigemasu is the formal way. So I guess if this ever becomes a problem again, you could say nigemasho. That way you don't run. You're an asshole. I would still say it. But yeah, that would be the only time. That's crazy. Making jokes about brothers translates into something that crosses cultural divides rather. Yeah, true. Yeah. Absolutely. Interesting discussion we're having. Man, we spoke about coffee, then we're all over the place, but that's a good representation of my head, or what's in my head. 100% agree when it comes to history, nothing should be censored. Even more so with history, it's ridiculous. We've got to learn from the mistakes of the past. We shouldn't block them, and otherwise, how are we going to... Yeah, that's the thing. I can talk about slavery without being pro-slavery, am I right? Just talking about it, obviously, but we still, if I can't even say it, because now I can't even say the word, then we're gonna have trouble understanding that. Pasta. Have we talked about pasta? A little bit. We should talk more about pasta. And by the way, I'm thinking of posting tomorrow the pasta tier list, and I heavy edited it. It's already there, and it's really good. Like, I added a lot of funny stuff. It's great. So tomorrow, unless something happens tomorrow, the video is by pasta tier. You should watch it. It's great. What's a cornetto? Horns? Literally, yeah, it means like a horn, like a small horn, but cornetto is this. The croissant. It's how we say it in at least southern Italy and central Italy, maybe. Yeah, there is a Minecraft server that has an uncensored library. Really? Wow. Same as when Speed was in China and they were saying, oh, yeah, I know. Yeah, that one, the Chinese used this and he thought they were saying the N-word. They weren't. There are two ways to pronounce this, by the way. So there is one way to get out of the problem. So this is a little bit of it's a bit like, it's the Mandarin Chinese alternative of the English, that's what it is. And it literally means that one. That's what it means. And there are two ways to pronounce it. And one would be just to pronounce it as it's written, naga. And I think this is a little less common, which is why you heard the other one. This sounds a bit more like the N-word. But if you don't want to risk, I guess, stupid, even though it's stupid, because it should be more about the intention. What did you try to say? Well, that's what matters. What's in your heart and in your mind matters, not that you pronounce something and it sounds, now you use the magic word. It's not magic. It's a horrible word, but it's not magic. It's ridiculous. Anyways, if you want to avoid, you can say naga. So that's what they do. Naga, 明天我们可以去中国参观. Like, that's how they speak. So they will say naga when they don't know. They are not. In Japan, what do they say? What do the Japanese use? They say ano. That's one way they say, which also means that one. I don't know why. I guess East Asians do that. Anyways, let me open chat for everyone again, because we went a little beyond the 30 minutes. So I'm just going to open chat to everyone. We do a little countdown. Thank you so much, everyone, for becoming members and supporting the ability to express our opinions without having to worry about the consequences. So that's really what you're doing, guys, and I really appreciate that. Being able to speak about the history, they demonetize the video, who cares at that point? In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, so let me get the stream back. Who won? The winner is... It's always Thunderwing. Man, you are a ninja. We've got Obi-Wan Shinobi here. The other guy was called like that the other day. I loved it. Yeah, you're great, Thunderwing. Very fast. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. It's good to have you here. Yeah, of course. They were just having a conversation, OG. Absolutely. It's a filler word. Thank you. It is exactly a filler word. Japanese will do that. They will say like, お客様は日本人ですか? 日本は長いですか? So they will do that. They'll do that, the Japanese. So it's kind of like the same thing, but luckily for them, it doesn't sound like... but then again, it shouldn't matter. It does not matter. It doesn't matter. That's what I say. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Fantastic talk. Thank you, Lax. I appreciate that. Like, I'm trying to keep it real, guys. It's not easy. Because these days, you got to be careful what you say, what you don't say. Let's just try to keep it real. And, yeah. Thunderwing has fast fingers, says Jorge. And he's absolutely right. Welcome back, Badly Ferire Quires Vice. Welcome back, my friend. Welcome back, my friend. So what are you guys going to do tonight? What's the plan? Yeah, Tomichiko says, try to say my cat is black in Spanish. Yeah, exactly, because the word sounds a lot like it. Yeah, I know exactly how to say that sentence. In Italian, we kind of moved away from that word. So now the word black in Italian is nero, which is the word for the color, but it has also become, it's been a bit of a generational change, but it has become the word that we use for black people. We used to use the same word as they do in Spanish, but that's now considered basically the N word in Italian. Is not as strong, but it is almost. So we kind of moved away from it, and now we just use the color. But I think in Spanish, it's the color. So at that point, it is what it is. In Italian, it kind of, you gotta be careful how you use it, because I would use just the word nero if you need to specify for whatever reason. Like imagine you've seen something happen, and then an officer asks you, and they say, what did you see? Describe the scene. Describe what you saw. And you can say, oh, I saw two people disagreeing. Can you describe these people? You can say one was, I don't know, red hair, whatever, and the other, so capelli rossi, and then the other gentleman was nero. So you would use nero if he's black. You could also say Africano, African. You can say Africano, but then again, I know what you're going to say to that. You're going to say, but not all Africans are black, and I agree. But in that context that you're describing a person in Italy, if you say un Africano, usually it means a black person. In fact, if I had to say like a South African, a white South African, I would say un Africano bianco. I would specify bianco in that case. Yeah. Ergo says, I support Flint. That totally fine. It's your freedom, my friend. All right, so let's see a few more of the thing. Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly. Memos in Spanish is the same word for both. Yeah, Italian kind of diverged, so we have two words for it now. It's not even. It wasn't even because of this. Happened way before this whole situation with political correct language. It just naturally and organically happened that the two words got disconnected, and now we just use the word for the color, which usually doesn't have any. It actually doesn't have. It's neutral. It doesn't have any racial implication, and in order to become a slur, you need to add adjectives to it. Yeah. But as I say, intention is what matters. Absolutely, intention is what matters. Who cares if I end up saying something? What are we talking about? You're trying? Is it? Oh, careful! You can summon a curse if you do that. Yeah. Africanus, says OG in Latin. Yeah. I tried to become a member earlier, but I couldn't figure it out. Don't worry, Cozy Pug. I do appreciate, of course, the thought, just to show you how it works, just in case. But it could be a situation of a device, so it kind of depends on what device you're using. But for those who wish to become members, also for the next streams, if you go to any video and then you pause it, the join button is right next to my channel. If you don't see it, it could either be a problem with the device you're using, so maybe you're using your phone. Sometimes it does appear on phone, but I'm saying maybe there is an update, whatever the heck. Imagine you're using your phone, then try to use a computer, and vice versa. If you still don't see it, it would probably be a problem with your Google account. You might need to maybe add a payment method. Like, I don't know. I'm just speculating. I know some people don't see the button, but if you do see the button, that's how you do it. And thank you so much. I still appreciate, though, even if you couldn't do it, I do appreciate the thought. It's very kind of you. I understand how Italian and Spanish are similar, says Trumpire on Twitch, but what happened to French? How? Just how? Well, the thing is that French got the R, because the French, if you went back to the Middle Ages and you listen to Norman French or even Parisian French, they would roll their R's just like Italian and Spanish, like a R. So the R already that went from a rolled R to I think it's called a uvula R, is because they got it from the German upper class of Germany. So that's where they got that already. Also, you have to consider the influences of the original Celtic language a little bit. Not much left, unfortunately, because it is mostly Latinized. But yeah, French is basically the Romance language that, in my feel, has the strongest influence of from the Germanic side, particularly when it comes to pronunciation, because the words are still very similar. Pronunciation-wise, is strongly influenced by the Germanic family. English is the Germanic language that has received the strongest influence from the Romance family. Mostly in the vocabulary, 40% of the vocabulary in English is Latin-rooted. But yeah, that's how I would describe it. Yeah. Yeah, English used to roll our R's. We don't. Yeah, true. It's interesting. I would like to see when, because the R that you still have in the American English, so the rhotic versions of even modern English. So a lot of versions of American English, General American, exception being Boston and Old School New York, which are non-rhotic. To give you an example, this is a rhotic. This is a non-rhotic pronunciation. Okay, I caught it this time immediately. Okay, so a non-rhotic pronunciation would be car, car, and a rhotic pronunciation is car, car. I know I don't do it well, by the way, because I'm not used to do the r sound, because I never use it. But that's just for the technical term. So when you, most of America has a rhotic pronunciation, exception being Boston and a little bit old school New York. And most of England today has a non-rhotic pronunciation, exception being some rural areas of Bristol, which is fascinating, by the way. It's fascinating to think. And but yeah, so I wonder, well, because I think it's once again it's the upper class. I wonder, probably past the Middle Ages, early modern period. I would say when the idea of not pronouncing the R in England became popular, first with the upper class, and then the rest of the population imitated it, became a thing, and that's how it went. When it comes to, but that was like kind of going away from the R. But I think you're correct that in the like Anglo-Saxon, the R was fully rolled like a R. I do agree with that. Is there a Northern Italian dialect, Veronese, Veronese, yeah, from the city of Verona? Sure, yeah, it exists. Just to get angry, bro. I mean, that's one way, I guess, to do the pronunciation. Oh, I'll have to look into that, Chimiko, the R pronunciation in Czech. So it's not just rolled, it's special. I wonder how it is. Your bosses spoke Veronese? That's interesting. All right, thank you very much. dy, whatever, for the support. Hello from an Italian living in Tennessee. Hey, se vuoi capire da dove in Italia ti cito. Poi ragazzi, non siamo qui a smacchiare i leopardi. Comunque from the north, maybe, I guess, with the ragazzi here. Comunque adoro il tuo canale, come inizio con il mandarino. All right, so let me translate for those who don't know Italian. He says, if you want to understand where in Italy I'm from, then he quoted this. I'm not familiar with it though. And then he says, anyways, I adore your channel. How do I begin with Mandarin? So with Mandarin, you have to absolutely put a lot of effort into the tones right away. So if anyone tells you, oh, don't worry about the tones, you can learn them later, stop talking to them, block them, because they haven't got a clue. I've seen people do that. It's terrible. At that point, don't choose Mandarin. So do give enormous importance, and I want to say even a certain level of respect to the tones. And then, yeah, getting the tones right is very important. I can give you a little bit of advice, but are you a complete beginner? Do you know about the tones a little bit? So I'll wait for you to tell me. You don't need to super chat again, but I appreciate that, by the way. Do let me know where you're at so that I can know what to say and what to... I don't want to take stuff for granted, but I can give you one piece of advice when it comes to Mandarin tones that it took me years to figure it out, and it would be nice to start like that. It is tonal, Buffo. Yeah, Mandarin is a tonal language. They have 4 tones. Depending on the book you read, you'll find people saying that they have 5 tones. They're full of shit, because it's 4 tones, and the 5th tone is the pronunciation of a syllable without a tone. So, how can you consider the lack of a tone? A tone is beyond me. 4 tones in Mandarin. Occasionally I do use Anki, but not that much. Exactly, OG, yeah. If you didn't know that English was a Germanic language, you might think it was Romance. Yeah, something like that. There is a sizable portion of words that are Latin derived in English. Absolutely. Absolutely. You're correct. Cortova says, as a fellow Mandarin learner, I second this. Thank you, Cortova. Oh, it's not the R, says Tomichi. It's the R with a little thing, dieresi, we call it in English. Like C, I see. So it has a, I understand. So C on its own is ts. C with the symbol on it is, ooh, I don't know. Ch, maybe? Is it ch? And that's how you say butcher. I see that. Well, I'll have to listen to it, what the difference is with the R with a little symbol on it. Yeah, it is. It's fascinating how different languages handle the R. Absolutely. Absolutely. Chibi says alcohol is bad when you run out. Oh, goodness gracious. Aloha asks Metatron, do you consider Pidgin, Hawaiian Pidgin, for example, as a language itself or more of a dialect? I have no idea. But then again, when we try to figure out if a language is a language or a dialect, we are not really talking linguistics. We are talking social linguistics. Because as people often say, a language is a dialect with a navy and an army. So, and I agree with that statement. So whether something is a dialect or a language is very much a subjective decision. And it often has to do with culture and sometimes even politics, rather than objective differences in distance or vocabulary and syntax and pronunciation differences and whatnot. So then again. Bring cheese but no garlic? No, I'm good without garlic today. Yeah. Harry Banana says, watching from Japan, learn Chinese, move to China and get used to it. Chinese will talk to you, but Japanese, on the other hand, won't speak. Let me see. To you if you're not either working with them or buying. Yeah, I guess you're right. In my experience, yeah, in Japan, I had to be good at speak. Well, actually, people do speak to me in Japanese, but I'm fluent. So maybe if you're not, you're trying to speak, if they can, they'll switch to English. But not all Japanese, in fact, well, a lot of Japanese don't speak English, so there's that. All right, so let's see. Thank you for the super chat again. And yes, I'm completely new to it, and I had to work with a lot of Chinese from the mainland, okay? The quote was from Bersani, famous, politician from Bologna. I don't really follow Italian politics, so that's why I didn't catch it. But cool. I love Bologna. You guys have a killer Bolognese. Ragu. Let's stop calling it ragu, il ragu. Okay. All right, let me tell you one little thing. How many languages do I know? I'm fluent in 4, but I know 7. It's just that the last 3, I'm conversational, but not fluent. So it kind of depends. All right, so let me give you this piece of advice when it comes to tone, because it will really help. So first, and you're going to laugh your head off, but this is real. This has happened. I was a second-year student, first year of Mandarin, because my first year was Japanese major, Mandarin minor. 300 of us. Full class in Naples, Orientale. As a Sicilian, I went to that one, right? Teacher, it was a Chinese, very small lady with a very high-pitched voice. Okay, she spoke like that. And then she was teaching us the tones. And then she went and she did the first tone for us. Like, the first tone, it's the flat one. I would render it as ma, sh. That's the first tone. It's flat. Problem is that for her, it was meh. It was super high, the pitch. But she didn't explain to us that it doesn't matter. You need to work with it within the range of your voice. As long as it's flat, you can say ma. It's high, but high comparatively to your voice. You don't have to try and imitate. We didn't know. So 300 students are losing their mind in this class because they're going, man, they're trying to get to the same pitch as this little lady from Beijing. Man, it was hilarious. It was hilarious. And unfortunately, she wasn't very good at Italian. So her way to explain this wasn't sufficient. So that's the first thing. First tone, high flat, but high for you. So don't say ma, because no, it's a high tone. That would be wrong. But you don't have to go into ma, because it doesn't work, okay? It doesn't matter. Just high when you're still comfortable. Ma, okay? That's how you say. Oh, Beijing, Jing. The Jing part, which means capital, Bei means northern. Jing is a flat tone, but I don't say Beijing. Okay, don't need it. First tone. Second tone is the rising tone. Think about it like asking a question. Ma, ma. So you start kind of middle and rise quickly. To remember, asking a question, a famous word is ti. Cha, cha is how you pronounce it. So you could say, 我想喝茶. I want to drink some tea. 我想喝茶. So cha is how you say it. Third tone, I'll say it last because third tone took me years. Fourth tone, imagine you're mad. So it's ma. It's a descending tone from high to low. So you can imagine you're starting from the same note that you were in when you do the ma, kinda, but then you immediately and drastically go down. So think about it like ma, ma, porca miseria, ma. So it's like you're mad. And so like for instance the verb to be, 是, 是. That's the verb to be. 我是意大利人,我是. Okay, so you're down. Third tone. Academically, they teach you, you go down and then up. So you think ma, ma. No Chinese ever says that way, okay? Let's get started because it took me years to figure this one out. The idea of go all the way down and then go all the way up is called the academic third tone. They will teach you that, but the only situation in which it's actually pronounced like this is when the third tone is at the very end of a sentence or in isolation. And even in isolation, oftentimes they don't bother. So how do the Chinese actually pronounce it? They just go a little low. They start from low and go lower. The trick to do this is to find the lowest possible when you are uncomfortable. Ma, like you're uncomfortable, and rise a little bit. Ma, ma, ma. And that's the third. So, ni hao, ni hao. I'm not saying ni hao because no one does it in China. If you figure this out, there is more to say about tones, and I might discuss it on a different dedicated video on the channel. I don't want to just speak only about languages, but already this gives you a very solid basis on how to do the tones. Now the tones influence each other. Okay, yeah, ni hao is hello, exactly. So the way the tones influence each other. If you have two third tones, one next to the other, the first one is turned into a second. Like all of that takes time. But as long as you understand how to produce these sounds in isolation, then you can work on the little things, and there are special aspects of tones that come with practice, and also try not to overdo them because otherwise you stop sounding natural. So you always want to sound natural. Beijing, Shanghai, Shanghai, Beijing. Don't say like Beijing because it's strange, okay? You keep it natural. And then all the rest will come with practice and it will come with time. But at least you start from a solid foundation of understanding, okay, that's how the tones work. And then you can learn to, and then it's just a matter of practice, and that's that. I hope you enjoyed that because I went a little deeper than I thought I was going to. But yeah, you love this stuff, but thank you, appreciate that. Thank you, Arman, for supporting the stream. Appreciate that. Greetings from Macedonia. Oh, Noble Wetton, love your content. Thank you so much, Hellas Chimp. Appreciate that. Yes, it is a relative pitch. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Yeah, the difference between mother and horse. Yeah, exactly. There is a little tongue twister. There is mama, 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 which means mum insults the horse. Does mum insult the horse or horses? Yeah, mama, mama, mama. Anyways, thank you for the support. Google image, Jimmy Corsetti, anti-Semitism, and then Google echo anti-Semitism. Is he really I don't know if he is. I don't want to Google this because honestly, this is not a topic I want to discuss right now. But yeah, I'm still looking into Jimmy Corsetti, of course, because of all the accusations he has received. But because I receive accusations myself, which are false, I don't just believe what people say. But I do appreciate anyways that I'll do my research on it. I just don't want to do it live. I don't want to misrepresent. Yeah. Wow. I'm glad I have no goals to learn any Asian language. My daughter had, I loved doing it. I loved reaching fluency in Japanese. Was one of the most rewarding experiences in my life. but to each his own. My daughter had the lofty goal of learning all of them, though. I don't think it's possible, but to anyone with lofty goals, I wish you luck. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I would suggest your daughter to focus on one first, reach a decent level, at least like upper intermediate. She doesn't have to be fluent. But imagine that she begins with, she wants to learn Japanese because she loves anime. She wants to learn Korean because she likes the K-pop and the drama. And then she wants to learn Mandarin because she likes the history, okay, for a moment. Then I would say choose one, pick the one she likes the most first because it's going to make it easier. Then let's say she likes Japanese the most. Okay, great. Reach an intermediate level. It's going to take some time. Then after she's intermediate, she can, I picked up 2. So she can do that. She can say, okay, now I want to learn Korean in order of interest, always in order of passion, because it makes it easier. And it decreases the likelihood of her giving up. Then this way, she's already conversational in Japanese. She can start learning Korean, and they shouldn't mix up too much. When it comes to the third, it is a very difficult, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It is a very difficult goal. And it's more likely that she won't be able to do that unless she's okay with just being kind of conversational. Like she wants to learn it because she wants to learn about the language and she wants to learn a bit, she wants to know some things, then it's absolutely doable. But if her goal is fluency, it's very likely that she'll be fluent in one, probably the first one, and then she'll be conversational with the second and know a little bit of the third. This is more likely. She could completely prove me wrong and be the 1%, like the talented language deity on earth, which does happen. It's a possibility, but it is unlikely. But here we are. Metatron, how do you feel about Zaki Hawass as a person? Well, as a person, I don't know. I don't like his attitude and I don't seem to like his mentality. But who knows? Maybe he's pleasant as a person. Like if I went to Egypt and we went out to imagine that we had common friends. Like, so I'm no one. It's not like he needs to, Metatron. No way. He invites people like Joe Rogan, 16 million, whatever. Me, I'm no one. But I'm saying imagine we had a common friend and then we go out for dinner. Maybe he's pleasant in that situation. And he's just very protective and defensive when it comes to it. Anyways, his approach to discussion within the field of Egyptology, I despise it. But who knows? You say it's not as bad as Professor Dave. Yeah, to me, up to this point, yeah, hey, legitimate scholar, is that you? Let me see. Or do you have the same name? Let me check. I do want to check that. Go to channel. So we check. It is you. Haha! So good to have you here, man. I'm looking forward to Jerry. This is what I was saying earlier on today because we were talking about Flint Dibble, and I know you talked about him. And I told my guys, hey, I really want to watch videos from illegitimate scholars. So I'll do that. It's very good to have you here. I'm going to subscribe and I'm going to watch your videos, my friend. Absolutely. Appreciate you being here. And I saw that you sent me a message on X. I was about to say Twitter. And I will respond after the stream. Maybe after I play a little bit, if you don't mind. But yeah, good to have you here, man. Very cool. We should start networking a little bit, see if we can do some collaboration. As I say, I am happy to have people from all sides. Like if Graham Hancock wanted to come on the show here, I would be more than happy to interview you. I'd be more than happy to talk to you on the stream. I'd be more than happy to talk to Milo Rossi, to have Jimmy Corsetti, to have Flint Dibble on the show. I'm very open-minded. I'm happy to listen, and then I make my mind, rather than trying to have a preconceived idea. And so that's good. Yeah, totally. Yeah, it's good that you use X to write to me because I usually see those immediately. So it's good. Facebook sometimes is not great, and it's one of those situations. But good to have you here, man. Am I familiar with Destiny? So look, I'm just going to say this. I used to watch Destiny because similarly to this situation, I enjoy watching debaters and streamers on all sides of the political spectrum. So I will watch a Destiny, and then I'll watch a Ben Shapiro, and then I used to watch Vosh, and then I'll watch now I don't anymore, and then I'll watch a Matt Walsh. Like I watch everyone because I want to listen to what people say. I hate echo chambers, so I want to listen to everyone and see what they have to say. But I stopped watching Destiny after the whole fiasco when he made fun of the firefighter. And I don't watch him anymore after that because, yeah, exactly, Baron. Vosh went downhill. I agree. But when it comes to Destiny, it was a situation where it was a shame because I liked the way he presented his points. But then when he did that, I'm like, no, now you are crossing the line that to me is the line of decency. And I understand that when you probably Andrew Wilson and Destiny, it's gonna explode because they are both very like attack dog. So there is that, but there is a line, and if you cross that line of decency, you can be an attack dog all you want. You can be like so much into the political debate that you absolutely hate the other side. I get it. But it's just when he was making, no, I mean, that's a firefighter. He was a good man. He was a father. There is a grieving family. I get it. You hate him because he went to a MAGA thing. So what? It's his freedom. That doesn't say anything. Like, he could have been a great person or he could have been a toxic person, because, yeah, every side has got both. And so we don't know that, but I do know that he has a grieving daughter, so I'm not going to make fun of him. It's as simple as that. So that's when I stopped watching Destiny, guys. And I hope you'll understand my point of view. Yeah, when it comes to Vosh, he did make fun of some of my videos, but I didn't care about that. I still watched him. I stopped watching after the whole thing of what he was downloading, and that's another situation that I was like, okay, maybe not. So if you have someone else, because if you have someone else, you can suggest to me to watch as a replacement, then I'm happy to listen. Metatron is more spiritually American than Destiny. I appreciate that, illegitimate scholar. But let me tell you this much. I got a letter from the American government. Ooh, boom, back. I got a letter from the American government a few weeks ago where they finally told me that I am allowed to now begin the process of receiving American citizenship, of which I'm very grateful. I think I did mention it on one of your tweets, in fact. And I'm looking forward to begin the process. It's going to take some time. But yeah, Mini-Minute Man is a funny archaeologist. Yeah, Mini-Minute Man was very cordial with me. He mentioned me on one of his videos. He was cordial. I know that like the two sides bite each other's heads off, but with me, he was cool. So I have no problems with Mini-Minute Man. That's I really operate on a basis of, yeah, but what do they call me? Because Mini-Minute Man just called me Metatron, YouTuber, fellow content creator, so I'm fine. Alec Gunter called me a fascist, so I have a problem with Alec Gunter. I'm very simple man. Give me pizza and tell me what people say, and that's it. But I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I keep calling you illegitimate scholar. I don't know your first name, so I'll call you illegitimate scholar. Yeah. Flint sleeves are listening. I don't know what that means, but yeah. Scorin Lauren. I actually like the name Lauren. It's one of those names. Also, the name Amy, I find it pleasing to my ears. Heather is a name I love. There we go. I just said it, and she wrote. Literally, Heather is one of my favorite names, and I think in English, and I think the reason why I like it so much is because the first time I heard the name Heather was with Silent Hill 3, and since I liked her a lot as a character, now it kind of stuck to my mind. So I love the name Heather. It's one of my favorite. We will probably give an Italian name. If we have a daughter with my wife, she's going to be an American because my children will be American, but they will also learn Italian. But we are thinking of giving her a name in Italian. We're thinking of the name Giada, because Giada in Italian means jade, and it has a beautiful ring to it. So my wife loves it, the name, so we are considering that. Thank you so much. It's so good to see Greg, by the way. Much love to you, Metatron and the Noble One. I appreciate that. Thank you, Greg. Greg is like, man, 9 months. It's literally a pregnancy. It's been, yeah, appreciate that. Thank you. You're awesome. Thank you very much. It's just a joke from the Joe Rogan podcast. Is it? I see. I do watch Joe Rogan, but usually only when he has a guest that talks history. A bit like Lex Fridman. I watch Lex Fridman when he has a guest that has anything to do with history. Occasionally when they have someone like an astrophysicist or someone like, I don't know, Brian Cox. You don't have the mustache to be a fascist. Yeah, I know. Let me tell you another thing that I don't have. My grandfather, story because he does a better job than me, but my grandfather was a colonel major in 1940s Italy, and then he was told by the fascist party that he had to join the party and get a little, because he had this military thing, what do you call it, like a military booklet, and then they would stamp that you're a member of the fascist party, but he refused because he didn't want to have anything to do with the fascists. He was a centrist, but he didn't want to have anything to do with the fascists. So they took and marked his booklet, calling him anti-fascist. And what that meant is that after the capitulation of Italy during the war, when the Italian government is like, we're not going to oppose the Americans anymore, we don't want to have anything to do with the Germans anymore. And I'm sorry that I have to say Germans. I have nothing against the Germans. I can't use the Nazi word. I apologize for that. So when that happened, the Austrian Painter Fan Club decided to go around and find dissidents, and so they located my grandfather. Because he was a colonel major, they noticed artillery corps. They noticed that he had the anti-fascist thing printed on his booklet, military booklet, and so they arrested him and took him to Dachau, the concentration camp, which was a concentration camp when they would put political opponents and politically undesirable people, including him. So that happened. That's part of my family history. And the only reason why he survived, stayed a few years there, poor grandma. And finally, the camp was liberated by American forces. My grandfather came back home, and so he had my... Sorry, microphone missed out. I apologize for that. Sorry. Back. Okay, apologize for that technical thing. I need to change the cable. So anyways, yeah, he was sent to Dachau, spent a few years there. Grandma basically died of heart failure after that. And then when he came back, before she died, then they had my dad. So I exist because the Nazi and the fascists failed at eliminating my grandfather, even though they did send him to Dachau concentration camp. Not extermination, but concentration camp. So yeah, I'm not a fascist. Let me tell you that much. And that also tells you why it is such a stupid word to use, simply because what? Not to mention, people call me fascist because I'm pro-freedom of speech. Do you even know? Freedom of speech in fascist Italy? Seriously? But here we are. That's the story. Anyways, thank you. Yeah, to my grandfather, absolutely. He opposed the fascists when it was actually dangerous. Not when you type a keyboard and make a video about it. So yeah, that's what happened. I'll make a video about it, but I want to interview my dad. I'll do the interview in Italian because he doesn't speak English, but I'll put the subtitles in English, and then I'll tell you all the story and give you all the dates. We'll do that. But yeah, that's why when they use that, I mean, I have thick skin. They can say whatever they want. I'm like, haha, I'm just laugh at them. But I just wanted to tell you, the story just to show you how wrong they are when they use that as a way to undermine my arguments. That's what they do. And that's the story. Tushedi says, my family left for America after the fascism. I think God bless them. Yeah, sure. Yeah, it didn't turn out too good for Mussolini. You're absolutely right. Thank you, PP, for supporting the stream. PP Canto. I just called you PP. Thank you for that. But yeah. So yeah. Of course I'm going to raise my kids knowing about the glory of the Roman Empire. Absolutely. Man. It's one of the things I'm doing with this platform, among other things, but one of the things I'm trying to do with this platform, with my limited voice, is to make sure that my kid will be able to say that they're proud of their ancient Roman history and ancestry and heritage without having a freaking Gemini AI telling you, no, that's problematic. That's one of the hills I'm ready to die on. No. An African person should be proud of their heritage, so should a European. I don't care that there are some people that use that to push hateful mess. Great, don't put me with them. I'm proud of being a European. I'm proud of the history of my people. And I will not let a group of hateful people taint that, and then a group of extremists telling me that I'm the same and then. as them. Oh, I'm not. And that's so yeah, I will bring up my kids. They'll speak and they'll be Americans, and I'll tell them to be proud of being Americans. But at the same time, I'll tell them you're also Italian. You're gonna learn Italian because we're gonna speak Italian to them. You like speak English to mommy, Italian to daddy. That's how we're gonna do it. And then I'll teach them about the history of Rome. If it's a boy, I'll put him in Lorica Segmentata. If it's a girl and still likes Lorica Segmentata, I'll put her in Lorica Segmentata at that point. And that's how it's gonna be. Yeah. Fully agree. I appreciate that. Scholar. I think calling you scholar for short is better than calling you illegitimate. But yeah, I think I know where you're coming from with that, though. I think I do. If it's what I think it is, I support that. Because too many people today that have got all the titles in the world, and then you push nonsense, then what are the titles for? And what will you do if they want pineapple on pizza? That's excommunication, probably removing them from the what is it called? Man, I can't think of it. 1 second, the wife is calling. Let me see how she's doing. Oh my gosh, I just told my wife, have a good one. I don't know why I said that. She's a good sport. Pineapple is good. It is, just not on pizza. Disowned. Anyways, guys, it's 10. I think I'm going to go have dinner. She just reminded me that I didn't have dinner, and she's absolutely right. Amen. Thank you to Shady. Appreciate that. Glory to Rome, my friends. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here. And again, thank you to our lovely guest, Illegitimate Scholar today. Appreciate your channel. I'm going to watch it tonight, maybe a little bit tomorrow. And yeah, I already live in the US. I really live here. I live in America. I live in Tennessee. That's where we are. And yeah. Yeah. We'll talk. We message. I do want to have guests. You could be a great guest to have one of these days. All right, guys. So have a good one. I'm gonna go to sleep. Thank you, everyone. No, I'm not gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna go to eat. Greg, you are the man. You do not see my super chat. I will see it right now before I go. Absolutely, my friend. Absolutely. Just a few bucks to buy a blue wig to use on the next Metatron video. Oh my gosh. At least comedy is not dead on this platform. Like, I don't know about other platforms, but on this platform, my friend, I appreciate that. So guys, appreciate. Thank you very much for your support. I'm going to go eat, make some pasta, and play some games. Buonanotte, have a good one. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Lauren. Yeah, Tennessee, that's where I'm. You're from Northern California. Very cool. I'll have to visit. Never visited it. Good evening. Bye, everyone. Bye, Baron. Ciao, ciao, ciao. Star-spangled hat. Oh, my gosh. Ciao, ciao, ciao. You're the best.